Chapter 0 of the Mary Frances Sewing Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christine Rottger. September 26, 2021, Westford, Massachusetts. The Mary Frances Sewing Book by Jane Eayre Fryer. Preface. Dear girls, many of you already know Mary Frances's old friends, the kitchen people, and have learned to love them. I hope all of you will do so in time. This book tells the story of Mary Frances's new friends, the Thimble people, who helped her spend a delightful summer vacation at her grandmother's. It tells how she met Sewing Bird, who was a real fairy lady, and the other Thimble people, and how they taught her a lot of fascinating secrets, and finally took her on a long journey to Thimbleland and brought her back safely after the most marvelous adventures. Because they proved so helpful and friendly, she wants you to know them too. The Thimble people, like the kitchen people, are peculiar in that they can be of little help to those who dislike them, so that, unless you are prepared to be fond of them, it is best not to seek their acquaintance. Toward those who show indifference or dislike, they behave in a most contrary manner. For example, Tommy Pincushion is a regular porcupine and bristles right up instinctively at the least inkling of dislike. But if he knows you like him, he will roll over himself to help. Another thing, and Mary Frances says to be very particular on this point, if any little girl who really wishes to learn to sew will follow the lessons exactly as given by the Thimble people, she can hardly fail to win the needles of Don't Have to Try for her very own. In the hope that all will achieve this much to be desired end, this record of Mary Frances's new adventures is sent out to the girls of America with the best wishes of the author. Merchantville, New Jersey. End of Chapter 0.
Chapter 1 of the Mary Frances Sewing Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Raven Green. The Mary Frances Sewing Book by Jane Eayre Fryer. Sewing Bird. Cheer up, sang a sweet little voice. Mary Frances looked at the canary, but Dick was very busily preening his feathers, and Dick seldom sang. Cheer up, gurgled again the sweet bird voice. Mary Frances was certain that this time it was not Dick. Maybe it was a bird outside. She looked out of the sewing room window. No, not a single feather was in sight. All the birds were doubtless in their little nests, or hiding close in the barn to keep themselves warm in such a rain. Dick, said Mary Frances. Dick, did you speak? Dick only ducked his head again for a seed and snapped off the shell with his strong little bill. Peep, 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 sang a bird's voice, as though inviting Mary Frances to play a game. I'll play hide and seek, thought the little girl. Where are you, birdie? She asked aloud, and throwing Angie on the rocking chair, began to search. Another soft little peep drew her near her grandmother's work basket. Why, she cried, I could easily believe the voice comes from Grandma's basket. Peep, 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 the bird voice answered excitedly as Mary Frances leaned over. Why, she exclaimed, if it isn't Grandma's sewing bird. You dear little thing, can you talk too? Lifting her out. I never thought of you. Set me up upon the table, then I'll sing as I am able. Chirp, 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 answered Sewing Bird. Mary Frances carried her over to the sewing table and fastened her carefully to the edge, just as she had seen her grandmother do. The other Thimble people kept perfectly still, wondering what would happen next. Do you know, you remind me of the kitchen folks, Bertie, said the little girl. The kitchen folks, of all the joyous, joyous jokes. The Thimble people's nearest kin, best friends we are, have always been, sang the little bird. The Thimble people, exclaimed Mary Frances. Why, who are they? Are there many Thimble people? And what relation are they to the kitchen people? Will you tell me all about them? And will they be my little friends? Tut, tut, so many questions, little maid, I cannot answer, I'm afraid. but I can say without a joke, your friends will be the Thimble folk. Oh, I'm so glad. I wouldn't have missed knowing them for anything. Why, I feel as though I've known you for ages. I was so afraid you wouldn't find me, and then of course you couldn't mind me. Chirp. Oh, said Mary Frances, wouldn't that have been dreadful? I was so lonely and dreary that I almost wanted to go home instead of staying here at Grandma's. Are you alone in the house? Except maybe a mouse? Chirp, asked Sewing Bird. No, said Mary Frances. Katie's in the kitchen, but she's very busy and won't bother me, and my grandma is out this afternoon, calling on some old ladies. Oh, you poor little lonely girl. It sets my head in quite a whirl. Let me sit here on this table and comfort you as I am able. Well, you see, Sewing Bird, began Mary Frances gratefully. Mother is never very strong, and Father had to go to California on business, and he thought, wouldn't it be nice to take Mother with him? So I'm here at my dear Grandma's for this long summer vacation, and little brother Billy is camping with the Boy Scouts. Billy is a first-class scout, you know. Yes, said Sewing Bird, pretending to look wise. They have them in Thimbleland. Have what? Asked Mary Frances. Why, Boy Scouts, of course. In Thimbleland. Thimbleland, said Mary Frances. That must be where the Thimble people come from. Where is it? A long way there, perhaps you'll go, some day if you will, learn to know that what we teach is so, so, so. So, so, so? Asked Mary Frances, looking puzzled. What's so? So, 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 sang Sewing Bird, looking sharply at her with bright little eyes. So, 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 so. So, 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 she fairly shrieked. Yes, said Mary Frances, wondering at her excitement. Of course it's so. I mean sew with a thimble. I mean sew and be nimble, sang Sewing Bird. Oh, laughed Mary Frances, you mean sew. How lovely. If only I knew how to really truly sew. I do just a little. If you'd like to learn to sew, to baste and bind, tie a bow, to dress a dolly head to toe, we can teach you how. Can you really? Really and truly? Cried Mary Frances. How perfectly, dear. Oh, please do, please begin. Angie, poor child, needs so many clothes. When she went to the tea party, she spilled cocoa all over herself, and it spoiled all of her lovely, lovely dress. It has always grieved me since. She's so tattered and forlorn. Will you teach me how to sew? I will most gladly, quite and true. I'll tell you what you'd better do. Get your grandma every day to let you have this room for play. Oh, yes, we'll have the sewing room for a playroom, Sewing Bird. And you give me lessons. Must they be secret, like the kitchen people's lessons? And can you teach me? Oh, how happy I am. I wonder if I can surprise my dear mother. Can I learn to sew for my dolly this vacation? Why, certainly, dear little miss, you can learn to make all this. To pin afore some underclothes, a little kerchief for her nose, kimono bloomers, little cap, a nightie for her little nap, a dress for morn, for afternoon, a dress for parties not too soon, a little cape, a little bonnet, perhaps with roses fastened on it, a nice warm coat to keep from chill, a dainty sack in case she's ill. All this and more we'll gladly teach if you will do and follow each. Will you? I will, laughed Mary Frances, but each what? Each little lesson one by one, then after each hard stitch is done, remember patience brings reward. What's patience? Asked the little girl. Why, patience. Patience is Mary Frances's middle name. Mary P. Frances, see? Isn't that a nice name? Mary Patience Frances. And what's reward? Laughed the little girl. Reward? Reward, said Sewing Bird, is Angie all dressed up in the things we'll make. Oh, I'd love to begin at once, can't we? Sewing Bird gaily nodded her brightly shining little head. Goody, goody, won't Mother be surprised, said Mary Frances. I'll run and get my little work basket that Grandma gave me. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of the Mary Frances Sewing Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Raven Green. The Mary Frances Sewing Book by Jane Eyre Fryer. Chapter 2. Sewing Bird Begins to Teach. Then Sewing Bird began. Little finger thin and nimble, fit to one a little thimble. Right hand, finger number 2. Put the hat on, that will do. Mary Frances put her thimble on the second finger of her right hand. I knew that much, Sewing Bird, she laughed. What else do you know, if that much is so? Chir, 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 sang Sewing Bird, hopping up and down on one leg. Why, I know how to thread my needle, said Mary Frances, to whom the talking of Sewing Bird seemed just as natural as the talking of Tea Kettle and the other kitchen people. I know, too, that you should put the end of the thread broken off next to the spool through the eye of the needle so that it will not kink. Very good and very true. What is in your basket, pray have you? Asked Sewing Bird. Then Mary Frances answered, These are the articles needed, my grandma said. 1. To outfit a work basket. 1. Spools of cotton, white, numbers 36, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80. Also one of red, number 50. 1 spool of basting cotton. 2. 1 little strawberry emery bag to brighten and sharpen needles. 3. Pins. 4. A piece of beeswax. 5. A tape measure. 6. A pair of scissors. 7. A paper of ground down needles. Numbers 5s through 10s. 8. Some unbleached muslin. 9. Thimble. And oh look! Here is a large piece of Java canvas and a package of blunt tapestry or zephyr needles, number 19, and some red DMC working cotton, number 8, that Grandma put in here yesterday. Good, sang Sewing Bird. Oh, that is fine indeed. The zephyr needle is what we'll need. Oh, laughed Mary Frances, I can thread that. You turn the thread over the needle, double, because a fuzzy end would not go through even this long eye. Then hold it tight between the thumb and finger and push the needle over the double thread, this way. Mother taught me that. Needles and pins, this is where your lesson begins. Now thread your needle and knot your thread. If you know how, please do as I've said. Yes, laughed Mary Frances, I know how to knot my thread. I'll show you after I get this needle threaded. Now. 2. Making a knot. 1. I wind the thread around the tip of the first finger of my left hand. 2. I press it with my thumb and roll the thread downward to the tip of my finger. So. 3. I bring the second finger over the thread on the thumb. 4. Then draw the thread tight with the right hand as I hold it. Good, you'll easily learn to sew. How many stitches do you know? Let me see, pondered Mary Frances. There are basting, and running, and hemming. Good, exclaimed Sewing Bird, in a nearly human voice, but much more musical and softer. Good. Now I'll name over all the principal stitches. Even and uneven basting, running, backstitching, half backstitching, overcasting, overhanding, catch stitching, buttonhole stitch, darning, blanket stitch. My, said Mary Frances, I had no idea there were that many. I wonder, will I ever learn them all? Oh, yes, Sewing Bird assured her, if you come for a lesson whenever you can. Indeed I will, said Mary Frances, and how I'll thank you, dear little birdie. Just then the door opened. My dear little girl, said Grandma, how are you? What a dull day. Are you home already, Grandma? Asked Mary Frances. I had no idea that it was time for you to come. Ah, my dear, you've not been lonely, said Grandma, then discovering Sewing Bird on the table. You've been playing with my old-fashioned Sewing Bird, I see. Many a year this pretty little beak has held Grandma's long seams and hems while she sewed them. I think she's lovely, exclaimed Mary Frances. I love her too, dear, said Grandma, a faraway look coming in her eyes. The first time she ever helped me, she added softly, was with my wedding dress. Yes, I love her too, dear. Peep, said a little bird voice. Dick, said Grandma, shaking her finger. Dick, you surely aren't jealous of the little Sewing Bird. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3 of the Mary Frances Sewing Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Raven Green. The Mary Frances Sewing Book by Jane Eyre Fryer. The Long and Short of Basting. Goodbye, dear, said Grandma, taking leave of Mary Frances a day or two later. You may play in the garden while I'm gone if you want to. I think I'll stay in, Grandma, if you don't mind, answered Mary Frances, not quite daring to mention her sewing lessons. I have a sort of engagement. Well, well, laughed Grandma. So grown up already? You have been out every day lately. I think perhaps you'll like to play in the sewing room. I hope you'll have a lovely time, Nanny, said Mary Frances as her grandma closed the door. I wonder if Sewing Bird will be ready for the lesson, she thought as she skipped up the stairs to the sewing room. Sewing Bird, she whispered. Oh, that's the call I love to hear. I'm always ready, never fear, came the sweet singing voice of Sewing Bird. Mary Frances was delighted. I'm so glad you remembered, dear little bird, said she. Where are you? Taking a rest in my dear little nest, chirr, chirr, came the answer. Of course, the basket's your nest, laughed Mary Frances, carrying Sewing Bird to her place on the table. I asked Grandma if I could have the sewing room for my playroom, and she said, Certainly, my dear, you may. Anything to keep you happy. Twitter, 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 twit, sang Sewing Bird, and somehow Mary Frances knew she meant, I'm so happy too. I love to sit and sing, but lesson time is on the wing. Miss never try, never can do. Miss never begin, never gets through. Oh, dear me, Sewing Bird, I want to begin right away, said Mary Frances. I hope to get so much done. Well, said Sewing Bird, we will begin at once with that pretty canvas and turkey red working cotton. DMC number 8. You may cut some pieces of canvas 7 inches long and 1½ inches wide. Work on the sewing table, that will be easier. Oh, I know, guessed Mary Frances. The Java canvas is to learn the stitches on. Yes, said Sewing Bird. You use one of these pieces for each new stitch. The regular open spaces in the canvas will help us so much. My needle's all ready from the last lesson, said Mary Frances, holding up her threaded needle, and my thread is knotted. Little miss, not so long a thread. Measure it only from your hand to your head. Oh, said Mary Frances, breaking off some of the thread. Thank you, I didn't know that. I suppose it is easier to use only an arm's length of thread. Yes, said Sewing Bird. Now, it would be well to open the skein of cotton. Mary Frances did so. Next, clip both ends through, and you will have several threads of the same length. That's so much easier, said Mary Frances, than cutting it each time. Now for a new kind of puzzle, said Sewing Bird. Take one piece of canvas already cut. For convenience, we will call the regular open spaces in the canvas holes. Yes, said Mary Frances. I understand, dear Sewing Bird, but please tell me the puzzle. A puzzle then it soon shall be, a puzzle which ne'er puzzled me, a puzzle which I'll let you see. Its name is 3. Even basting. On canvas. Cut canvas 7 inches by 1½ inches. 1. Thread needle and knot thread. 2. Count 5 holes down from upper right hand of canvas and 4 holes to the left. 3. Put needle in this hole, pointing downward. 4. Push needle toward the left under 2 threads upward through the second hole. Pull through. 5. Now, again, over 2 threads, under 2 threads. Pull through. 6. Finish the row. Fasten thread by taking 2 stitches over each other in the same holes at the end. Cut off the thread. That's not much of a puzzle, thought Mary Frances, sewing carefully. Why is it called even basting? Asked the Sewing Bird. Because the stitches are of the same length, said Mary Frances. So wise you are, soon you will be, quite a little bit too wise for me, sang Sewing Bird. Ho, laughed Mary Frances. You may wonder why the knot and the finished threads are on the right side, continued Sewing Bird. Oh, I know why, exclaimed Mary Frances. Because basting stitches are only used to hold the work in place until it is really sewed. Then they are easily pulled out if the knot and end are on the right side. Bless my feathers and bless my eye. Soon you'll know as much as I. This pleased Mary Frances very much, but she said, I don't know, for I have no idea what comes next, my dear little teacher. Oh dear me, our time we're wasting. The next stitch is 4. Uneven basting. On canvas. 1. Commence as in even basting. 2. Point needle downward and bring it up through the next hole. 3. Count 3 holes, put needle in downward and bring up next hole. Under 1 thread, over 3, to the end of the row. 4. Finish as in even basting. That wasn't very hard, said Mary Frances, holding up the canvas for Sewing Bird to see. Then sang Sewing Bird, That's all for today, put things away, and now, little lady, good day, good day. As Mary Frances went down the stairs, she caught the sound of her name. Her grandmother was talking. That's a wonderful child, she was saying. She's no bother at all. She spends hours in the sewing room playing with her dolls, just as happy as can be. Dear Nanny, thought Mary Frances, I wish I could explain about everything. Maybe the Thimble people will let me some day. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4 of the Mary Frances Sewing Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Raven Green. The Mary Frances Sewing Book by Jane Eyre Fryer. Sewing Bird's Secret. Mary Frances held up her canvas at the beginning of the next lesson, saying, Now I know which of these stitches is which, and I believe I am ready to learn the next, my little teacher. The next, said Sewing Bird, is 5. Running stitch on canvas. 1. From underside of canvas, point needle upward, bringing knot on wrong side. 2. Point needle downward through next hole, and upward through next. Pull through. 3. Finish row by taking several in and out stitches on the needle, then pulling through. 4. Turn to wrong side, and fasten by taking 3 stitches in same hole. This is the in and out the window stitch. Ouch! Cried Mary Frances. That hurts my fingers. Of course, that is why we have thimbles. Be sure to use the knighted soldier finger and push the needle with its thimble cap, said Sewing Bird. This way? Asked Mary Frances, holding up her little hand. Then Sewing Bird answered with bright eyes sparkling. Exactly right and quite bewitching, and needed much in learning. 6. Stitching. On canvas. Also called backstitching. 1. Enter needle into canvas as for running. 2. Take 1 running stitch, bringing needle out on right side. 3. Point needle downward, through the hole to the right of the one where the working cotton came out. 4. Push needle under 2 threads. Pull through. 5. Repeat to end of row. 6. Fasten, as in running stitch. Is that well done? Asked Mary Frances, holding up her first 2 stitches. Oh my no, said Sewing Bird. You've gotten the thread all twisted. Please unthread your needle and take out the work. Then try once more. Dear me, sighed Mary Frances. One can't be perfect before one learns. Try again, sang Sewing Bird, flapping her wings. It is the Thimble people's pride that they have ever, always tried. Whenever they fail, this is no tale, as you can easily guess. They twist the failure round about, they twist and turn it inside out, then drop it down a big black hole, discovered in back of the North Pole. And up it jumps. Success! My, I wish my failures would do that. Maybe they will, mused Mary Frances, finishing the row of stitching very carefully. Oh, there comes Grandma up the street. Our lesson is now at an end. That's all today, my little friend. Just then sang Sewing Bird. I forgot to ask, said Mary Frances. May I show Grandma? Or tell her about our lessons? That I already should have shown. I cannot sing where people groan, can hear. If they hear now, or even ever, I may become a never-never. Oh, smiled Mary Frances, softly smoothing the little bird. I'm so glad I haven't told. I am certainly glad, dear little teacher bird. I don't want you to be a never-never, whatever that is. A secret let our secret be, too much for one, enough for two, and not enough for three, sang Sewing Bird wisely. Suddenly, say no more, oh say no more, I hear your grandma at the door, fluttered the little bird, and Mary Frances quickly put away her work. Grandma smiled when she saw Sewing Bird on the table. How you love my little helpful bird, don't you, dear? She asked. I love her with all my heart, said Mary Frances. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of the Mary Frances Sewing Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Raven Green. The Mary Frances Sewing Book by Jane Eyre Fryer. Sewing Bird Teases Dick Canary. Mary Frances heard this through the sewing room door. Great kind of bird, upon my word, who cannot do a thing but sing and eat, and then sing sweet, and then again sing. Peep, sweet, sweet, cheep, sang Dick Canary. Of course you have a pretty voice, of course you love to make a noise. If this rhyme sounds a bit contrary, it's good enough for a canary. But Dick, what I'd really like to know is this: why don't you learn to sew? Then Mary Frances stepped in. Oh, Sewing Bird, she said, I didn't think you could be such a tease. Good afternoon, tease, did you say? I wasn't teasing, it was only play. I thought perhaps that pretty bird would listen to a little word and hold some sewing for his miss, the way I can, see, Dick, like this, holding up a piece of goods in her glistening beak. Oh no, laughed Mary Frances. I fear Dick would never be able to understand such a useful use of his bill. He's no tailor bird. Of course, it truly must be so. He certainly could not learn to sew. I see that he is surely meant only to be an ornament, sang Sewing Bird. But our next lesson, is your canvas ready, child? Yes? This time I'm going to count by threads instead of holes when I give directions for 7. Half back stitching on canvas. 1. Commence as in stitching. 2. 1 running stitch under 2 threads. 3. Point needle downward through hole to the right of hole from which the cotton hangs. Under 3 threads. Pull through. 4. Repeat to end of row. Fasten. There, said Mary Frances, finishing the row. That seems like 2 steps backward and 1 step forward, or rather, 2 forward and 1 backward. That's about the way it is, said Sewing Bird. But half back stitching and back stitching are both very strong stitches. Why, when your grandma was little, she stitched all seams by hand. Sewing machines were a great curiosity, smiled Mary Frances. Peep, peep, giggled Dick Canary. Thank you, Miss Mary Frances, said Sewing Bird. Perhaps that little yellow bird thought I didn't know the word, It's funny that it seems a joke when anybody stops to choke. Ahem, 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 ahack. Pat me on the back. Pat me on the back. Quick. Better? Asked Mary Frances, smiling to herself and patting the little bird's back. After a minute, she said, "Excuse me, but is the next stitch a fancy one?" "It is," said Sewing Bird, "and is called 8. Catch stitching on canvas. 1. At left hand of canvas, count 4 holes down and 4 to the right. 2. From underside, point needle upward. Pull through. 3. Count 3 holes down and 3 to the right. Point needle down and under this, 1 hole to the left. Pull through. 4. Count 4 holes to the right of first stitch. Point needle down through next hole to the left. Pull through. "Is that right?" asked Mary Frances. "My, no," said Sewing Bird. "That is all wrong. Hold the work here near my beak. There, let the thread hang this way. Now, pull it through. In taking the next stitch, let the thread hang this way. There, that is better." "Oh, I see now," said Mary Frances. "Isn't that a beautiful stitch?" "Yes," said Sewing Bird. Then suddenly, "Beware, beware! Beware, beware! I hear your grandma on the stair. Goodbye." End of chapter 5.
Chapter 6 of the Mary Frances Sewing Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Krista Zaleski. The Mary Frances Sewing Book by Jane Eayre Fryer. Chapter 6. The Stitch Grandma Learned. Mary Frances stopped on the stairs to listen. Surely, she thought, Sewing Bird is talking with someone. I wonder if it's one of the Thimble people. Oh, I do hope so. And as she tripped into the sewing room, she asked, "Oh, Sewing Bird, what's that I heard as I came up the stair? It really doesn't matter much, for Grandma wouldn't care." "I cannot tell you what you heard, my dearest little miss, but listen to a wisdom word, for I can tell you this. If many times you make up rhymes, you may become a bird," sang Sewing Bird. "Oh," laughed Mary Frances, "caught myself making a rhyme. But I don't want to become a little birdie, even though they are so dear. Besides, I don't have wings." "No," said Sewing Bird, "I don't suppose you do want to be a birdie, for many reasons. But the most important must be that little birds do not have hands." "Hands are so wonderful," said Mary Frances. "They can do so many things. They are pincers, hammers, wedges, and yet they can do the most dainty, delicate work." "Yes," said Sewing Bird, "they come in handy." "Oh, ho, hee, hee," laughed Mary Frances. "Chirp, chirp," tweeted Dick Canary. Oh, Dick, what lots of fun do you pretend to see a pun?" asked Sewing Bird. But now to learn number 9, overhanding on canvas. 1. Count 6 holes down and 4 from right hand end. Put needle in from underside. Pull through. 2. Count 1 hole to the left. Find the hole above it. Point needle downward through the upper hole. Bring it up to the right side through the under hole. 3. Finish row and fasten thread on wrong side by running thread through the last few stitches. 10. Overcasting on canvas. Step 1. Count 1 hole from top of canvas and 2 in from end. 2. Commence as for overhanding. 3. Bring needle out 2 holes to the left of the first stitch. 4. Fasten as in overhanding. Overcasting stitch is used to finish raw edges of material to keep from fraying. "The next stitch is the first stitch your grandmother learned to make," said Sewing Bird. "Her little fingers got so tired and sore trying to make tiny little bits of stitches on muslin that you may be glad you are to learn on canvas." 11. Hemming stitch on canvas. Step 1. 6 rows from top, 4 over to left. Needle up from wrong side, pull through. 2. On row of holes below, 1 hole to left, point needle down, bring it up in first row of holes, 2 holes to the left of first stitch. 3. Hood canvas over the first finger. Finish row. 4. Fasten as in overcasting. Is that all there is to hemming? Asked Mary Frances happily. No, little miss, that is just a first beginning, as my grandmother used to say. Some day I hope you will make hemming stitches so small that they will scarcely show on a dolly's apron. Oh, how perfectly lovely, cried Mary Frances. I can scarcely wait. Will it be long? That all depends, my little friend. Upon me, said Mary Frances. I'll work very industriously, dear little teacher. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of the Mary Frances Sewing Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Krista Zaleski. The Mary Frances Sewing Book by Jane Eyre Fryer, Chapter 7. Blanket Stitch and Its Sister. Now, Sewing Bird, began Mary Frances the next lesson afternoon. Let's not talk any, but let us get right to our lesson, said Sewing Bird, which is an edge finishing stitch, named 12, Blanket Stitch. Step 1. At the left-hand end of the canvas, 4 holes down and 4 to right. From underside, bring needle to right side. 2. Hold thread under thumb. 1 hole to the right, point needle down, bringing it up in hole 2 threads below. Pull through. Finish row. 3. Fasten as in overcasting. 4. Repeat this on lower edge of canvas. Good, she said, as Mary Frances finished following the directions. Now for a stitch many grown women do not know how to make. A beautiful stitch. 13. Buttonhole stitch on canvas. Step 1. 5 holes down, 4 from left-hand end. From wrong side, bring needle to right side. 2. Through hole below this, point needle down and up through the one from which the thread hangs. Do not pull through. 3. Take hold of the 2 threads in the eye of the needle. Bring them towards you, around under the point of the needle. Let them rest there. 4. Pull needle through. 5. With left thumb on the stitch, pull the thread with the right hand tightly down to the edge of the canvas. 6. Repeat to end of row. Oh, look, dear Sewing Bird, cried Mary Frances, holding up her work. I really do believe that this is the way Mother makes a buttonhole. She said she would show me how to do it very soon. How glad I am I know that stitch. Yes, said Sewing Bird. Won't she be surprised? You know 11 stitches now. Why, so I do, exclaimed Mary Frances, counting her little samplers of work. Now, said Sewing Bird, will you please cut a piece of canvas 8 inches long and 4 1/2 inches wide, and make a sampler of all the stitches you know. Will you write down the directions? Yes, said Mary Frances, getting pencil and paper. Then Sewing Bird began. 14. Canvas Sampler. Step 1. Begin 6 rows down and 5 rows from right-hand end with a row of uneven basting. 2. A row each of even basting, running stitch, stitching, catch stitching, buttonhole stitching, hemming, each 2 rows apart. 3. A row of overhanding, 5 rows below that. 4. Blanket stitch the upper edge. 5. Overcast the 2 ends. 6. Fold canvas back on row of overhanding at bottom of samples. Will you bring the pretty sampler finished for the next lesson? Asked Sewing Bird. I will, so gladly, said Mary Frances. But there's 1 stitch more, there's 1 stitch more. If it hadn't been so cross, I'd have shown it before, added Sewing Bird. 15. Cross stitching. Step 1. Cut a piece of canvas 5 inches long and 3 inches wide. 2. At the right-hand end, from the underside, 2 holes from the edge and 8 holes down, point needle upward. Pull through. 3. Point needle downward into hole above the hole to the left of where the thread hangs out, and bring it up through the hole directly beneath. 4. Continue across the canvas. 5. Return on the same row of stitches in same way, but work from left to right, taking stitches in exactly the same holes as at first. This will form a cross. The stitches must all be taken in the same direction. End of chapter 7.
Chapter 8 of the Mary Frances Sewing Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Mary Frances Sewing Book by Jane Eyre Fryer. Sewing Bird Fairy Lady. Mary Frances worked very hard whenever she could find a minute, and the next lesson day, she proudly showed Sewing Bird a sampler like this picture. "Oh, dee-dee-dum-dee, dee-dee-dee, that sampler certainly pleases me. You did it alone? Well, I declare, what perfect stitches you have there," sang the little bird, hopping, fluttering, gurgling, and spreading her wings joyously over Mary Frances's work, very much the way a spring robin careens over an early worm. Mary Frances was very happy. "Now, Sewing Bird, my dear teacher, please tell me what I am to learn next," asked Mary Frances, finishing the row of cross-stitching. Indeed I will. Just watch a while, my little Bill, and I to you will quickly tell, and you will quickly do and well, this lesson coming next." With these words, the little bird leaned over the edge of the table and stuck her bill into the drawer beneath. Then she pulled out a long sheet of paper. "Oh," gasped Mary Frances. "What is that, dear teacher?" "That," said Sewing Bird, shaking her wings, "is a model for you to follow in making. 15. Grand sampler on canvas. Cut a piece of canvas 12 inches by 9 inches and follow as exactly as you can the picture on the next page." "Won't it be beautiful?" exclaimed Mary Frances. "I'll do it in all the pretty colors. I have almost every shade of mercerized working cotton here." "Yes," said Sewing Bird. "Your grandma took a prize at Permission Country Fair with a pretty sampler like the picture lying there. If you work yours right, 'twill be a prettier thing that well may win a prize from our merry Thimble King." "All right," laughed Mary Frances. "I'll work from time to time on the grand sampler. But, Sewing Bird, will you tell me, please, aren't you a real fairy? You seem so like a fairy come true. Dear little miss, I'll give you a secret to keep. Put your hand over your eyes and don't dare to peep. Now you may take away your hand. Behold, a lady from Thimbleland." When Mary Frances opened her eyes, there sat the loveliest, sweetest little fairy lady on the edge of the table in place of Sewing Bird. Only Mary Frances noticed her lips looked very much like the bill of a bird. "Oh, gasped Mary Frances in surprise. "Oh, really, truly, oh me! Oh dear, how perfectly lovely! You lovely—" "Now, Mary Frances dear, ready for the lesson?" smiled the little lady in the same flute-like voice as Sewing Bird's. "Miss Fairy," said Mary Frances, trembling with joy, "I'll do my very best, but please, what may I call you?" "Just shut your eyes and not a word. My name you have so often heard. It's known to but a very few, but I'll show my name to you." When Mary Frances opened her eyes, there sat her grandmother, Sewing Bird. "You dear little bird," she exclaimed. "I know now you are the fairy, and I know the fairy's name is Sewing Bird." "Just so, just so, just so, just so," sang Sewing Bird. "Now quickly shut your eyes, and then the fairy lady will come again." And again came Fairy Lady. "Oh," laughed Mary Frances. "Dear Sewing Bird Fairy Lady, please wait a minute." And running out of the room, she brought back her doll's rocking chair and put it on the table. "Please be more comfortable," she said. "Thank you very much, dear child," said Fairy Lady. "Now for work. Cut a piece of unbleached muslin 9 inches long and 5 1/2 inches wide." "Good!" she exclaimed as Mary Frances held up the muslin properly cut. "Pencil!" the fairy called. With a bound, A yellow lead pencil, which lay on the machine, sprang over the table and made a funny little stiff bow to Sewing Bird Fairy Lady, who picked up a big bodkin and, using it as a scepter, touched him, saying, "Mark off the muslin as I told you." To Mary Frances's amazement, Pencil marked off the muslin like this. "You may retire," said Fairy Lady. "Thank you." And Mary Frances, "Child, you may sew the muslin very much as you did the canvas sampler with that finer red DMC cotton, number 12. "Am I to be forgotten?" came a tinkling sound from Mary Frances's basket as she started to sew. "Who is that?" asked Mary Frances, peeping over the edge. "I'm Thimble," exclaimed a wee little voice. "And the reason I always wear my helmet is that I want to air my sword," as Mary Frances lifted him out. "I beg your Majesty's pardon," said the little fellow, turning to Sewing Bird Fairy Lady. "But perhaps Miss Mary Frances doesn't understand that all needles are my swords." "He thinks himself so brave a soldier," laughed Sewing Bird Fairy Lady, "when all the time he's perfectly useless by himself." "But he's a great help," said Mary Frances. "I don't see how I could sew without him." "Good," said Fairy Lady, "but he'll be prouder than ever. That's all for today. Next lesson we'll make something for your dolly to use." "Oh, how lovely!" exclaimed Mary Frances, finishing her last stitches. "What is it?" "Oh, well, oh, well, oh, I bet not tell, oh, but something she can use real well, oh. Now for today, farewell, farewell, oh." And as Mary Frances looked up from her work, there was the empty rocking chair, and her grandmother's Sewing Bird was sitting on its perch on the table. End of Chapter 8, read by Lakshmi.
Chapter 9 of the Mary Frances Sewing Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by oogiesragdoll. The Mary Frances Sewing Book by Jane Eayre Fryer. Magic and Mystery. I'm cross-patch, nobody dares to lift the latch. I'm cross-patch, clickety-clack, cross-patch. Mary Frances heard this outside the sewing room door. "My," she thought, "that sounds like the scissors. I really believe it is." She peeped in, and this is what she saw. Scissors Shears was strutting on tiptoe up and down the sewing table, closing up each time to take a step. "Why," said Mary Frances, slipping in, "can you talk too?" "Can I talk?" exclaimed Scissors Shears in a growling voice. "Can I talk? Yes, and walk too. As if I weren't years older than that sewing bird. Rip her up the back, rip her up the back. That conceited thing thinks she knows everything. Why, I could tell you all about how to cut out anything. Why, I know all about cutting things out. I can even cut myself." Click, click, came his legs together. "Well, well," laughed Mary Frances. "If that is so, perhaps Sewing Bird will let you explain some things to me." "It cuts me to the quick to be cut like this," he started again. Then Sewing Bird began to sing. "If anything you'd like to do to prove yourself so very true, immediately to work, don't brag. Cut out. Pattern 1, doll's laundry bag. Cut bag 12 inches long and 5 inches wide." What goods, asked Scissors Shears excitedly. "Cut it out of that pretty calico on the table," said Sewing Bird. "Hurrah!" shouted Scissors Shears and dived into the calico. "There!" he exclaimed proudly. "Isn't that perfect?" "That's very even," said Mary Frances gravely, trying to act as though she were an excellent judge. "What next?" she asked Sewing Bird. "When you want me otherwise, then as a little bird, put your hand over your eyes and say this secret word. Magic and mystery, give my wish to me." Mary Frances did so, and there was Fairy Lady once again in the doll's rocking chair, who smiled and said, "Whenever you particularly want this me to come, all you have to do is put your hands over your eyes and say to yourself quickly, 'Magic and mystery, give my wish to me,' and I'll come at once." "Oh, how lovely," said Mary Frances.
And if you want me to turn into anything, you say as fast as you can, 'Nimble, nimble, turn my thimble,' said Thimble, looking up at Mary Frances with a comical smile. And if you want me to turn into someone else, snap your fingers 3 times and say, faster yet, 'Scissors and shears, now change your ears, now change your ears.'" "I'll do it now," laughed Mary Frances. And when she said, "Nimble, nimble, turn my thimble," there sprang up the cutest little soldier with needles in his hands for swords. "Salute!" he shouted in a very thin, silvery voice, making a military bow to Fairy Lady. "At your service," he said, turning to Mary Frances, who was looking on with amazement. "Are you really my own thimble?" she asked, looking at the second finger of her right hand. "It's me. I'm he. Anyhow, I'm Thimble, your seamstress ship," he answered, making another bow. "Well, well," said Mary Frances delightedly. "If you are, you can obey my orders. Stand there," pointing to the left side of Fairy Lady. Then,
"Scissors and shears, now change your ears," she repeated.
click came the feet of the shears, and before Mary Frances saw how it happened, there were 2 long ears on the handles, looking comically like a rabbit's. "What long ears you have!" laughed the little girl. "The better to hear your directions, your seamstress ship," replied Scissors in a rather sharp voice, clicking his way to the other side of the rocking chair. Then Fairy Lady said, "Dear little Lady Seamstress, we are all from Thimbleland. We are the Thimble people. There are many more of us, oh, many more. It is our joy to be able to help you learn to sew. Thimble and Scissor Shears and the other Thimble people will come help us when anything becomes very puzzling or difficult. But all through these lessons you may call upon me at any time, and I shall do my best to give you happy sewing lessons." "Oh, thank you, dear Fairy Lady," exclaimed Mary Frances. "I am living in Fairyland, and it is real." "The way to find Fairyland real," smiled Fairy Lady, "is to do your very best from day to day, and to do it happily. The fairies always help the people who try to do this." "Oh, psh!" exclaimed Scissor Shears in a cutting tone. "What twaddle-dawdle! Even if I don't make fine speeches, I know all about cutting." "Cut out!" exclaimed Thimble, raising his sword needle. "Slang!" began Scissor Shears, flapping his ears back. But Fairy Lady leaned forward in her chair, and reaching out with her bodkin wand, touched him on the ear, and down he fell flat at her feet. Pushing him aside, she said, "I can control him when I have my wand. If he's ever rude, and you want me, say the magic verse I taught you." "Oh, thank you," said Mary Frances, smiling to herself. "I guess if I pull his ears real hard, he'd be good anyhow," she thought. "But I'll not let Sewing Bird know. All rabbits are controlled by their ears, and I'm sure he looks more like a rabbit than any other animal I can think of." "Well," smiled Fairy Lady, "we have the Dolly's laundry bag all cut out. Now to learn. 17. Hemming on muslin. 1. First learn to turn a hem on paper. 2. Cut the paper 7 inches long and 3 1/2 inches wide. 3. Draw a line 1/4 of an inch from lower edge of paper and turn up and crease along this line. 4. 1 inch above that, draw a line. Turn up and crease along that line. 5. Follow same directions on muslin, baste, and hem. "Good!" she nodded, as Mary Frances held up the folded paper. "You remember the hemming stitch on canvas? This is the same kind of stitch. Only, as you have already observed, no doubt, it is a very zigzag stitch, and it is taken from the single through the folded part of the goods. Wait a minute, I'll mark it to show you." And taking the pencil, she marked the paper as shown on the page. "Now, try it on muslin." "Oh!" exclaimed Mary Frances. "I understand it now." "Only one thing more," said Fairy Lady. "The way to hide the starting of the thread. You put the needle in between the fold and the cloth and tuck it down. Then put it in, or insert it, at 1 and push it out at 2 and pull it through. Can you do it on the ends of the laundry bag? Yes, I can, said Mary Frances. 1 minute, said Fairy Lady, as Mary Frances started. First, you must turn in the edges. Here is a piece of paper the size of the laundry bag. On the longer edge, turn up and crease 1/4 of an inch fold, as you did in preparing the paper hem. Now turn the hem on each end, as I have already shown you. That's it, and that's all for today's lesson. It was a technical lesson, she said. End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10 of the Mary Frances Sewing Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by oogiesragdoll. The Mary Frances Sewing Book by Jane Eayre Fryer. A doll's laundry bag. Now try it on the laundry bag itself, smiled Fairy Lady, who was waiting for Mary Frances next Wednesday. That's hard to crease, exclaimed the little girl, laying the calico down on the table and pressing the fold with her thumbnail. Yes, said Fairy Lady. It is a good idea to pinch it together between the thumb and forefinger to make the crease. Oh, that is much better, said Mary Frances, and she soon had the little bag folded, ready for sewing. What now? Smiled Fairy Lady. I begin to hem, said Mary Frances, flourishing her threaded needle. What number cotton are you using? Asked Fairy Lady. Number 24, said Mary Frances. Thimble cleared his throat. A little too coarse, said Fairy Lady. I must tell you something about needles and threads. There are several different kinds of 18 needles and threads. Sharps, long needles. Betweens, short needles for heavy work. Ground downs, medium long. These do not break or bend easily. There are the long-eyed needles, worsted and darning needles, milliner's very long needles, bodkins, long thick needles for carrying tapes and cords. Open a package of needles, number 5s to 10s. In the middle, you will find needles. Number 5, for coarsework or sewing on buttons. Number 6, for coarsework. Number 7, for hemming towels. Number 8, for stitching. Number 9, for hemming muslin. Number 10, for fine work. Use, for tucking, hemming, running. Needle, number 9, cotton, number 60, 70, or 80. For stitching, overhanding, overcasting, needle, number 8, cotton, number 50 or 60. Use buttonholes, needle number 7 or 8, cotton, number 36, 40, or 50. Gathering and basting, needle number 7 or 8, cotton, number 36 or 40. Oh, murmured Mary Frances, I didn't know. Of course you didn't, dear little seamstress, smiled Fairy Lady. That's why I'm here. Thank you, Fairy Lady, said Mary Frances. Now you may begin work on the laundry bag. Mary Frances smilingly basted the hems near the edges with even basting stitches, and then began to do the hemming. Fairy Lady watched her intently all the while. There! Mary Frances suddenly exclaimed. I've broken my thread. How do I join it? I will show you this once, said Fairy Lady. You do it in very much the same way as in starting the work. And she taught Mary Frances how to tuck both ends of thread under the hem. When you finish, just fasten the thread by taking 2 or 3 stitches in the fold. That's a pretty good-looking hem for the first real hem on muslin, said Fairy Lady. Now, 1/4 of an inch above the hems, put in a row of running stitches, with once in a while a back stitch to strengthen it. This is called combination stitch, When Mary Frances had done this, she held up the bag and asked, "What shall I do next?" I'll tell you more, if you can tell what that is for." "I know," guessed Mary Frances. "It's for a casing to hold the drawing strings." "Oh, to my heart that music rings, for you to guess it's drawing strings," sang Fairy Lady. "How could her heart draw strings?" asked Scissors Shears of Thimble in a whisper. "Hush!" said Silver Thimble, raising his sword needle. "Snip!" snapped Scissors Shears, but Fairy Lady, not noticing, continued the lesson. "Do you remember the overhanding stitch on canvas? Yes? No, those little ends of the bag above the running stitches are to be overhanded together. You put the needle in straighter and more toward you, like this," as she placed the needle in position. "Now fold the two hemmed ends together, the right side facing each other. Baste along the longer edges with even basting. Overhand these edges together. You would not always overhand the sides of a bag together. You could run it or backstitch or combination stitch it, but we want this unusually strong because your dolly will have so many clothes to be stuffed into it. I should say handkerchiefs, because this bag is really a handkerchief bag, or a little laundry bag. My, how well you have done this side. Let me touch the other side with my bodkin wand. There!" And behold, the other side was overhanded. "That's lovely. Thank you, dear Fairy Lady," exclaimed Mary Frances, examining the perfectly beautiful stitches. "How did—" "Oh, that was done in Thimbleland, done by the Fairy Needle Band," laughed the little lady, well pleased at Mary Frances's delight. "Now, thread this narrow tape into a bodkin and run it into the casing all the way around. Then tie the ends together. Now, another piece, they are 12 inches long, in the other end, and tie." "Oh, if it isn't the dearest little bag I ever saw!" exclaimed Mary Frances, drawing the top together. "Isn't it lovely? Look, Fairy Lady!" But Fairy Lady had gone, and Sewing Bird sat in her usual place on the table, singing, "Oh, little miss, dear little miss, there never was a joy like this. To keep some one from being sad, to make some dear one very glad. Oh, little lady!" Crash! Sewing Bird sat up stiff and hard and metallic. "Good joke!" giggled Scissors Shears, who had jumped onto the floor to scare her. Mary Frances glanced at Sewing Bird, but the doorknob was turning, and she hastily threw her sewing into her basket. "Bring a piece of white lawn for the next lesson," whispered Sewing Bird, throwing Mary Frances a kiss with the tip of her wing. End of Chapter 10.
Chapter 11 of the Mary Frances Sewing Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Mary Frances Sewing Book by Jane Eyre Fryer. Mr. Silver Thimble and Mr. Emery Bag. "Grandma," asked Mary Frances the next afternoon, "may I have this little piece of white lawn?" "Why, certainly, dear," said Grandma. "You're such a good child. I'm sure I never saw a little girl who was so able to amuse herself." "My, I wish I could explain about my little friends," thought Mary Frances, but she answered, "I don't get very lonely when you're away, Nanny dear, because I keep busy, and when you're here, we have such fun together." "Hey ho!" exclaimed Grandma. "I feel really young again." Go to sleep, baby dear mine. To and fro I rock thee deep. My arms a cradle for thy sleep. Close your eyes and don't you peep, baby dear mine. I rock thee deep, but hold thee near, baby dear mine. Nothing can harm thee, never fear. Mother love is so very queer. Nothing can make thee but my dear, baby mine, sang Mary Frances, rocking Angie in her arms. I'm glad I got that child to sleep before my sewing lesson, she said. I hope she'll be quiet all through the afternoon. Every once in a while, I've had to take her over to Lottie's to stay. I have put myself under obligation to Lottie, and I'll have to make something for one of her children. Oh, I wonder if I could give her some sewing lessons, the way I did Elena cooking lessons. How I wish Elena were here. I do miss her so. I'll tiptoe into my lesson with this child in my arms and put her carefully in the big rocking chair, so as to have her near if she cries. Of course, I'm only pretending she's a tiny young thing, because I didn't bring my baby infant doll with me, and this is only Angie. She's really almost 3 years old, but she certainly does love to be babied, and I'd certainly get very lonesome if I didn't do it, with Mother and Father so far away and Billy in camp. The big tears rolled down her cheeks. Come, Mary Frances, she said. I feel like shaking you when you promised Father so faithfully to be a woman, and your grandma is such a darling. Suppose you read Mother's last letter over? Dear little big Mary Frances, only 20 times has Mother read over your sweet letter. It was so dear and brave. I'm much better than I was, thanks to such a loving family and the lovely atmosphere here, as you used to say when you were little. What a beautiful country this is, your fatherland and mine. I want you to see some day the lovely view I am now looking upon. Mountains rising high and peeping over this lovely stretch of country. To look into the Pacific Ocean which sparkles like the iridescent feather in your dear grandma's bonnet. Father is calling me to come for a ride, and I must drop a line to my Billy boy, who is a good scout too. Can you feel this kiss and this hug? I know you can, for what are miles to us whose love for each other flies through space? Your loving mother. P.S. Thank you so much for the picture of Juby. My, I feel better, said Mary Frances, drying her tears. But if it weren't for my sewing lessons, even with Grandma's help, I'd not be a scout. Billy is a good scout, but now for the lesson. And she went to the sewing room very softly, with Angie asleep in her arms. Hee-ha! She heard through the door, which was a very tiny way open. That's the time. She thought it was the voice of Silver Thimble. I don't care, answered a new voice. It's too much to have to clean them all at once. Oh, there are only 2 more. Come, I'm ready. It is really excellent practice for a soldier. Take them out, I say. Mary Frances feared to make a noise, but she quietly pushed the door open a little wider and saw Silver Thimble on one side of the table and over on the opposite side the queerest little fellow. Looks like the picture of a porcupine, thought Mary Frances. It may be good practice for a soldier, groaned the queer little figure. But pity the target, besides. One at a time, please. Emery back, what do you think you were made for? I hope you realize it's your duty to clean all the rust and roughness of these needles as I run them through you, so that the little miss may sew more easily, lectured Thimble. No insubordination. Stop and think. You know my family's power. You know my family's wealth. You realize, I hope, you live in a land named for my aristocratic ancestors, Thimbleland. Oh, ancestors go to China, exclaimed Emery back. We live in the present, and I demand justice. I leave it to anybody if it's fair to have 20 needles stuck into your heart at once. The idea of being such a coward, retorted Thimble. Where is your heart of steel you brag of so often? It's scarcely fair, you know, came a new voice. You see, 20 needles at once are really more than are needed. Tommy Pincushion, answered Silver Thimble. What you sticking your opinion in for? It's a wonder Sewing Bird hasn't stuck her bill in. Tommy Pincushion, you might just as well keep out of this. Everybody knows you're stuck on yourself, Fatty." "You conceited old silver thimble," came the voice of Pincushion. "You will please address me by my full name. Tomato Pincushion, custodian of the sword needles. And what's more, if you don't quickly remove all those needles from poor Emery, you won't get any more sword needles to yield. So there, you know Sewing Bird's taking 40 winks. That's why you don't act in your best military manner." Silver Thimble looked toward Sewing Bird, whose eyes began to open, and quickly went toward Emery bag. Taking out the needles one at a time, he ran to Pincushion and quilted each into its place. "There," he exclaimed at length, "I'm certainly glad I've stacked all my arms. My, I'm tired." As he leaned back to yawn, off fell his helmet and he melted away. "Serves him right," murmured Emery bag. "I hope Fairy Lady won't ask him to the sewing party today. She really arranges all these lessons." Don't fear, Mr. Emery bag. You've got Silk Thimble's very last tag," sang Sewing Bird. "Good," thought Mary Frances. "Now I'll go in."
End of chapter 11. Read by Lakshmi.
Chapter 12 of the Mary Frances Sewing Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Mary Frances Sewing Book by Jane Eyre Fryer. Mary Frances's Treasure Box. "Good afternoon, dear Thimble people," said the little girl, putting Angie on a rocking chair. "Good afternoon," came many little voices, and Sewing Bird began to sing. "Oh, do you know what we have planned for us to sew?" "I don't," laughed Mary Frances. "Please tell me." "For your dear Dolly we'll make, and every pains we'll try to take, an apron and a pinafore, and later other things galore. Her wardrobe we so full will fill, no one would care to pay her bill." "Magic and mystery!" exclaimed Mary Frances, putting her hands over her eyes. And Fairy Lady sat in the doll's rocking chair. "Oh," said Mary Frances somewhat breathlessly. "Excuse me for calling you so suddenly, but I so wanted to talk with another woman." And then she blushed, fearing she had offended the little bird. "And not a bird," smiled Fairy Lady. "I understand," she nodded. "A bird, be she ever so wise, doesn't understand the needs of a doll child or the heart of a mother." "Thank you, dear Fairy Lady," replied Mary Frances. "And I know how brave you are while your mother is away, Mary Frances, child," continued Fairy Lady. "But I've had orders from our king not to speak of that, so we'll get the material ready for Dolly's apron." "Here's the lawn," said Mary Frances. "Grandma gave it to me." "By the way," said Fairy Lady, "where will you put these things as you make them? You must keep them a secret, you know, until we finish the lessons, or we'll become never-nevers." "I shall keep them in my treasure box. Mother gave it to me a year ago. It has a little key and it locks. Mother said all girls love to have a kind of a secret place to keep treasures in." "Have you the box here?" asked Fairy Lady. "Oh, yes," smiled Mary Frances. "I keep it in my trunk. It is made of tin and very light." "Go and get it, please." "Good," laughed the sweet voice of Fairy Lady as Mary Frances brought in the treasure box. "Now everything is prepared." "May I tell about the lovely lessons sometime?" asked Mary Frances. "Yes," smiled Fairy Lady, "you may, some day. We do not want our help to be given to one little girl only. So when we are all through, you can form a sewing circle to which your girl friends may belong, and you can teach them all you have learned." "Oh, how perfectly lovely!" exclaimed Mary Frances. "But won't you help me any more then? You and the dear Thimble people?" "You'll have your mother then, you know," exclaimed Fairy Lady. "Oh, yes," said Mary Frances happily. She had planned to teach me to sew this very summer. It'll be another grand surprise for her if I know how when she comes. I wish afternoons were much longer, smiled Fairy Lady. But we must do our lesson. Now just a word. 19. About cloth, weaving and spinning. Cotton cloth is made from the cotton plant. Wool cloth from sheep's fleece. Silk cloth from silkworm's cocoon. Linen cloth from the flax plant. The soft cotton is the warm coat for the cotton plant's seed baby. The fleecy wool is the warm coat of the sheep or the little lambs. The web from the silkworm's cocoon is the cradle in which it sleeps. Linen is made from the stalks of the flax plant. When these materials are spun or twisted into long threads, we have spool cotton and silk, wool yarns and linen threads for sewing. When the threads are woven or laced together into cloth, the stronger threads run the length of the goods. They are the warp threads. The weaker or woof threads run crosswise of the goods. End of chapter 12, read by Lakshmi. Chapter 13 of the Mary Frances Sewing Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Mary Frances Sewing Book by Jane Eayre Fryer. Making a doll's apron. In cutting any garment, whenever there will be a pull upon the goods, what thread should bear the strain? The warp threads, answered Mary Frances, deeply interested. Good, said Sewing Bird Fairy Lady. The warp threads are lengthwise of the goods. Now we are ready for Pattern 2, Doll's Apron. 1. Cut a piece of lawn 5 inches lengthwise of the goods and 7 inches wide. You can pull out a thread and cut along the line it makes to get a perfectly straight edge. 2. Cut 2 strings each 6 inches long lengthwise of the goods and 1 1/2 inches wide. 3. Cut a band 4 inches long and 2 inches wide. How tall is your dolly? She asked. I'll have to measure, said Mary Frances. Come, she said. Angie dear, wake up. Mother wants to see how big her dolly has grown. Angie was very good and stood quite still while Mary Frances held her against the yardstick. 16 inches tall, she said, nearly half a yard. Then the apron will be just right, smiled Fairy Lady. Now I'll give you directions. Making a doll's apron, pattern 2. 1. Fold the 2 5 inches side together to find center. Clip a notch at the top. 2. Open. Turn an inch hem at the bottom and baste it in place. Hem with number 9 needle and number 60 or 70 white cotton. 3. Turn a 1/4 inch hem on the sides. Baste and hem. Next, you gather the top and set the gathers into the band. But first, you must learn about 20. Gathering. Gathering is done by the use of the running stitch. 1. Turn the goods over 1/4 inch from edge and pinch a crease to mark a line to follow with the gathering stitches. Open it up. 2. Use a thread a little longer than the space to be gathered, which is from the center notch to the side of the apron. Use number 40 cotton for gathering the apron. 3. Make a good-sized knot. Put needle in downward or right side of goods. 4. Sew on crease, taking several stitches before pulling needle through. Aim to take up on the needle about half as many threads of the goods as you skip, but do not trouble to count them. 5. When finished, make a knot in the end of the thread and let it hang. 6. Put a pin in at the last stitch you took. Drop the work a little, fastening the thread over and under the pin. Stroke the gathers. Stroking is done to make the gathers set more evenly. 21. Stroking of gathers. 1. With right side toward you, begin at left hand edge. 2. Hold work between the thumb and first finger of left hand. Keep thumb below gathering thread. 3. Put point of a blunt needle or eye of an ordinary needle under a little plate of the goods and bring it up under the thumb. Draw needle down and pinch plate with thumb. Note: stroking is not often done to very thin goods lest it be torn, but many small stitches are placed on the needle at once and pinched together before pulling the thread through. Now the apron is ready for 22. Setting gathers in a band. 1. Find the middle of the band and clip a tiny notch in edge of each side. 2. Clip off each corner of band to avoid thickness of goods. 3. Pin the right hand end of the gathered piece 1/4 of an inch from the right hand end of band. 4. Pin the center of the gathered piece to the center of the band. 5. Pin the left hand end of the gathered piece 1/4 of an inch from the left hand end of the band. 6. Tighten or loosen the gathering thread to the exact length of the band and fasten under and over the pin. 7. With needle point, distribute or spread the gathers evenly. 8. With gathers toward you, baste with small even basting stitch just above the gathering thread. 9. With stitching stitch, sew the gathering to the band, taking up one gather at a time. Fasten thread and cut off. 10. Turn up the band, fold the opposite side over toward you, 1/4 of an inch from the edge. Crease. Do the same to the ends of the band. 11. Fold this over the gathers, bringing the folded edge just over the stitching. 12. Pin the needle of the band to the middle of the stitching and the ends to the ends, exactly even. 13. Baste with even basting. 14. Hem the gathers against the band, taking up one gather at a time. Do not let the stitches show on right side. End of chapter 13, read by Lakshmi. Chapter 14 of the Mary Frances Sewing Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Mary Frances Sewing Book by Jane Eayre Fryer. Alone from the Thimble King. Dear me, sighed Mary Frances. How will I ever get so much done? I didn't want to interrupt you, dear fairy lady. I've gotten, you see, no further than basting the hem of Dolly's apron. Big tears trembled in the little girl's eyes. Dear child, smiled fairy lady, we realize how rapidly we'll have to work in these lessons in order to get through before your mother comes. So we are ready to help. With this, she rapped 3 times on the sewing table with her bodkin wand. Whereat a little fellow of queer appearance walked solemnly up to Mary Frances and made a pompous bow. There is but one needle in the world, you see, Mistress Ship, he said, which is called the needle of don't have to try. And the king of the Thimble people has sent it to you by your humble servant, glancing proudly about. Why, said Mary Frances, scarcely daring to breathe. Why, you are certainly my own needle-book. Needle-book? That's my name, and here, dear mistress, is the needle of don't have to try. Mary Frances saw a bright, shiny light come from between the opening leaves of Needle-book. Then slowly, very slowly, with his tiny little hand, he pulled out what seemed a needle of fire, and dropping on his knees, held it out on both arms towards Mary Frances. The little girl hesitated. Would it burn her? Do not fear, smiled Fairy Lady. It will not harm you. The needle of don't have to try is loaned to you on only one condition, which is that you'll promise to sew sometime every day between lesson days. Oh, I promise, exclaimed Mary Frances. I do not, dear sewing bird lady. I do not deserve such beautiful kindness. She took the needle of don't have to try from Needle-book. I do thank you. Very gratefully, she said, not knowing exactly how to behave toward the ambassador of the Thimble King. For shame, Tommy Pincushion, exclaimed Fairy Lady, who overheard him mimicking Needlebook. "Don't make fun. Never, never will you be the bearer of the needle of Don't Have to Try for the King of Timberland." "I beg your pardon," said Tommy Pincushion to Needlebook, getting very red in the face. "Poor Pinny!" exclaimed Needlebook, looking very disdainfully toward Tomato Pincushion. "Always getting squelched." "Come," said Fairy Lady, "no more of that needle and pen talk." Then to Mary Frances, "Now, little lady, you may begin. The next is to hem Dolly's apron strings." 1. Turn a very narrow hem the long way of the strings. Hem with fine hemming stitches. 2. Turn and make a half-inch hem at one end of each string. "Shall I finish the apron first?" asked Mary Frances. Shall I use the new needle?" "Yes," smiled the delighted Fairy Lady. Mary Frances found a thimble and threaded the glowing needle, although she feared it would scorch the thread. But it seemed like any other needle, except that she didn't have to try twice to put in the thread. "I wonder how it is different," she thought as she started to sew. Then the most wonderful thing happened. She found the needle darting ahead of her hand, making the stitches just as fast as she could touch the eye with her silver thimble. In a minute, the apron was hemmed. In another minute, the apron was gathered. In another minute, the strings were hemmed. Then the needle of Don't Have to Try stopped dead still and wouldn't move. "Oh-ho!" cried Mary Frances. "What have I done? What have I done?" "Nothing, dear child," said Fairy Lady. "But the needle of Don't Have to Try cannot do for you anything you have not yet learned. So use your own needle and set the gathers of the apron into the band." "Thank you very much," said Mary Frances, finishing the apron band. "And now," said Fairy Lady, "as to putting the strings into the band. 1. Gather or lay small plaits at the unhemmed end of strings and insert or push them into the ends of the band. 2. Hem down." "Well done, dear child," smiled Fairy Lady at length. Then, quicker than Mary Frances could wink, she turned into Sewing Bird and began to sing. "Oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my, it brings a twinkle to my eye. The needle of Don't Have to Try, dear little miss, goodbye, goodbye." End of chapter 14, read by Lakshmi.
Chapter 15 of the Mary Frances Sewing Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Krista Zaleski. The Mary Frances Sewing Book by Jane Eyre Fryer. Chapter 15. 3 Little Kittens. 3 little kittens sitting in a row, all on a dolly's lap, tit-tat-toe, sang Sewing Bird when Mary Frances came for the next lesson. 3 in a row on a dolly's lap, said Mary Frances. Not my dolly's, I guess. She couldn't hold 3. Then sang Sewing Bird, "Come riddle me this, come riddle me that. Your dolly can hold a cat and a cat and a cat." "Why, how?" "Oh, magic and mystery," cried Mary Frances eagerly. Then came Fairy Lady. "This way," she smiled. "Come, Pencil." And with a bound, Pencil began to draw on the dolly's apron the picture of the kittens given on this page. Any little girl can transfer this pattern to her own dolly's apron by using a carbon sheet. "Oh, how cute!" exclaimed Mary Frances. "Yes, I think my dolly could hold 3 of those cats." Fairy Lady smilingly continued, "Now, with the red working cotton and a canvas piece, you may learn 23 Kensington outline stitch. Canvas 7 inches by 1½ inches. 1. Begin at the left-hand end of a piece of canvas. Put needle in from underside. Pull thread through. 2. 2 threads over. Put needle in downward and up through the hole next to the left, holding work over forefinger of left hand. Pull through. 3. Work away from you, and always drop the thread on the same side of the needle. Now try it on muslin. You'll need an embroidery needle because the large eye makes way for the heavy cotton. Oh, I have one here in my basket, and some quite a bit finer working cotton in pink. Isn't it pretty? I put it there, began Needlebook. Hush, said Fairy Lady, holding up a finger. Now, little miss, see if you can make that stitch on muslin. Very good indeed. Mary Frances! Mary Frances! Mary Frances! Came Grandma's voice from the hall. With one leap, Fairy Lady changed to Sewing Bird, and all the other thimble people who had been standing on the sewing table tumbled head over tin cups into the sewing basket. Yes, Grandma, called Mary Frances, running out. Why, my dear, puffed the old lady, climbing the last of the stairs, I am home very early, you see. There was no regular meeting today, because almost all the members of the Ladies' Guild went to Daisy's wedding. I'm home for some games with my little girl. Oh, Nanny dear, will you play Pitty Pinny Plump? Asked Mary Frances. Yes, indeed, girlie, laughed Grandma. Goody, exclaimed Mary Frances. I'll be ready soon as ever I tidy up the sewing room. I'm sorry, dear thimble people, she began. Then she heard the sweet bird voice of Sewing Bird, singing very softly, with outline stitch so pretty and neat, outline the kitties from head to feet, and have them done when we next meet, and they will look sweet, 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 sweet. End of chapter 15.
Chapter 16 of the Mary Frances Sewing Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Michelle Fernandez. The Mary Frances Sewing Book by Jane Eyre Fryer. A surprise from Mother. A sharp ring at the doorbell. A telegram for Miss Mary Frances, said Katie, coming into the dining room. A telegram? And for you, Mary Frances? What can it be? Exclaimed Grandma. Shall I sign for it, ma'am? Asked Katie. No, said Grandma. Mary Frances better learn to sign for herself. There was a little look of excitement in Grandma's face, and a little pink spot in each cheek. Trembling with wonder, Mary Frances gravely wrote her name in the book. She opened the queer-looking envelope with printing almost all over its face and read, Telegram. Miss Mary Frances. Expect by express. Mary, Murray and trunk. Letter follows. Mother. Oh, 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 she cried. I know, Nanny dear, I know. Mary Murray is my dear new Dolly. I do wonder what she will be like. Isn't Mother too sweet and kind? There's the postman, said Grandma, all laughter and smiles. I wonder if he... But Mary Frances was already at the door. Surely enough, she cried, a letter from Father. I'll read it to you, Grandma, tearing open the envelope. Dear Mary Frances, Mother bought for you today the prettiest doll in San Francisco, and she is going to send it by express as soon as she gets some shopping done for the young lady. She will send a telegram when she starts Mary Murray on her journey, and will write a letter of instruction as to her health, wealth, and happiness. Give our love to dear Grandma. It is a delight to send the prettiest doll in San Francisco to the darlingest little girl in the whole wide world. At least she is to her. Loving Father. Your father meant that to reach here before the telegram, said Grandma. San Francisco is so far off, said Mary Frances. But oh, Grandma, isn't it too lovely? Will Mary Marie have light hair and blue eyes, or dark hair and brown eyes? I wonder. I wonder, too, smiled Grandma. I know she'll be pretty, for Mother has such superb taste, as Father says. Yes, dear, smiled Grandma. Oh, I can hardly wait, said the little girl, looking out of the window. Come, dear, finish your breakfast. May I tell Katie? Yes, nodded Grandma. Katie was as delighted as Mary Frances. Katie is a wonder, Nanny, said Mary Frances. She was telling me yesterday about all she could do when she was little. When she was a mere child, she could cook a pair of pork chops beautifully, she told me. But Katie is only 18 now, laughed Grandma. That seems awfully old to me, said Mary Frances. Katie loves animals too, Grandma, she went on, and so do I. Last summer, Nanny, when Father had Josie Worrell and his horse plough our garden, I went out and patted the horse's nose. He was so pleased. You should have seen him wag his tail. Grandma laughed again. You have a dear, sweet heart, little girlie, she said, and taking Mary Frances by the hand, went out on the veranda. Oh, Miss Mary Frances, here comes the expressman carrying a box, exclaimed Katie a few mornings later. Katie, Katie, I'll go to the door, cried Mary Frances, running downstairs. The dear blessed Dolly, she exclaimed, taking the big package from the expressman. Nanny, I can hear her calling, almost. We'll have you out of the dark box soon, Mary Marie, dear, she whispered, through an opening in the wrapping paper. Come, Katie, you help. We'll carry it where the wrapping will make no trouble, out in the kitchen. And I'll bring the dolly for you to see, Nanny, dear, soon as she's unpacked. You cut the string, miss, said Katie, and I'll pry off the cover. Ooh, exclaimed Mary Frances. I never saw so much tissue paper. 30, 31, 32, 33, 34 sheets. When will I get to her? Oh, there she is. Isn't she a darling, Katie? And look, here's her trunk. Surely Mary Marie was a lovely doll. She had beautiful long curls tied with pink ribbon, and on her feet were short stockings and slippers. But her dress was a very plain, simple slip of lawn. There was a note pinned on Mary Marie's dress and a little key. The note read, Dear Scout, please read my letter in the tray of Mary Marie's trunk before unpacking. Here is the key. Mother. Oh, bring the trunk, please, Katie, said Mary Frances, and I'll carry Mary Marie. Come, dear, she said. Mother wants to take you up to see Grandma and Angie, your sister. Mary Marie nestled back in Mary Frances's arms and closed her eyes quite contentedly. What lovely long eyelashes, whispered Mary Frances. After showing the dolly to Grandma, she unlocked the trunk and took out her mother's letter. Oh, listen, Grandma, listen, she burst out. I'll read it to you. Dear Mary Frances, this is Mary Marie. Isn't she lovely? She is the very doll I've been looking for my own dear daughter. Father has told you something about Mary Marie, but I want to add some particulars. I have nothing to say about the care of her. for I know my little girl's careful, neat ways so well. You may be surprised when you unpack her trunk to find no dresses. Mother is sending you, instead, all kinds of pretty goods which you may make up into dresses and clothes for your new little daughter. And you will find all kinds of laces and ribbons and buttons and hooks and eyes. Everything Mother could think Mary Frances or Mary Murray could possibly want. There is a set of toilet articles, but I'll not tell you about the other things, for I know you are anxious to find out for yourself. I wish I could be with you, dear, to teach you how to make the pretty things, but I will, I hope, be able to do that before so very long. Meantime, I want you to use everything just as you wish. I've asked Grandma to let you do exactly as you want to with these things, and I ask you not to go to her with your sewing problems, for the doctor said that Grandma must not strain her eyes with any such work. I know you understand. I hope dear Mary Murray will bring a little bit of such pleasure to her mother as her mother has brought to me. With love and a bear hug, Mother. P.S. Expect to be home before long. Oh, isn't it grand? Come on, Nanny, we'll unpack the trunk now. Soon the tray was out, and all the delightful contents were spread in view. "Isn't it wonderful?" said Grandma, almost as much pleased and excited as the little girl herself. These are some of the things they found in Mary Murray's trunk. End of chapter 16.
Chapter 17 of the Mary Frances Sewing Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Laurel Monroe. The Mary Frances Sewing Book by Jane Eayre Fryer. Mary Marie's Handkerchief. Mary Frances watched for the first chance to show the Thimble people her mother's presents. When she knew her grandma was napping, she ran breathlessly up to the sewing room, leaving Mary Marie and her trunk outside the door. "Oh, Thimble people," she said, "listen. I can scarcely wait to tell you about the delightful surprise Mother has sent me. It is too beautiful, and you can all share it with me. Guess what it is? Guess." "That's easy," said Scissors Shears excitedly. "It's a plow." "A plow!" exclaimed Emery Bag. "What a silly thing! What put that in your head?" "What else is a share, I'd like to know? Little Miss said she'd share it, and I've heard of a plowshare, and so there. Rip him up, I say, rip him up the back." Scissors Shears gave a kick toward Emery Bag. "For shame," said Mary Frances. "Now be good, Scissors Shears, and I'll guess again." "I give it up," sighed Scissors Shears. "I'll tell you," said Mary Frances. "No, I'll guess I'll show you." "Now, Thimble people, look, look," she exclaimed, bringing in Mary Marie and holding her up before Sewing Bird. "Oh, lovely beauty, lovely thing, and can it sing? Oh, can it sing?" "No," laughed Mary Frances, "I don't believe she can." "Oh, what's her name? Oh, what's her name? Oh, will she run or is she tame?" asked Sewing Bird. "Very impolite," whispered Scissors Shears to Tommy Pincushion, "to call anyone what's her name." "This," said Mary Frances, pretending she did not hear, "this, Thimble people, is Mary Marie. A sweet little dolly is Mary Marie, as pretty a dolly as ever could be. She's not only sweet, but tidy and neat, from the top of her head to the soles of her feet. But she's full of real woes, from her head to her toes. She sadly needs stitching and making of clothes, sang Sewing Bird. She certainly does, dear Magic and Mystery, laughed Mary Frances. Then to Fairy Lady, and I shall need your help so much. I'm simply too excited to tell you rightly about all the rest of my perfectly beautiful surprise, but I will try. Then she told of Mary Marie and her trunk. Bring in the trunk, will you please? Asked Fairy Lady, who had come at once in answer to the magic word. Yes, indeed, said Mary Frances. I'm the richest mother, I guess, in the world with such beautiful goods. Dear Thimble people, oh, such a wonderful lot. Then she brought in the trunk and spread out all its pretty contents before the admiring eyes of the Thimble people. It makes me sing, as on the wing, though now I'm not a birdie. I'll break in song and sing so long no one can say a wordie. If I don't look out, sang Fairy Lady, with such lovely goods to use for a lesson. But today's lesson, little miss, is to make a dolly's handkerchief. You must first learn 24. Hem stitching on canvas. Size 7 1/2 inches by 2 1/2 inches. 1. Draw out one group of threads 1 inch from edge of canvas. 2. Turn a hem to meet open space and baste with white cotton. 3. Thread needle with red cotton and begin at right-hand side as for hemming, keeping the hem at the top. 4. Point needle toward you, put needle under one group of cross threads and pull through. 5. Put needle back and under same group of threads and point it through the fold of the hem. Pull through. To make. Pattern 3. Doll's Handkerchief. Cut a 5-inch square of linen and prepare to do hem stitching on linen. 1. 1/2 inch from the edge of the cloth, with the point of a needle, pick out and draw a coarse thread. Then draw several more next to it. 2. Do the same to the other sides. 3. Now turn a hem each side to meet the open space and baste. 4. Hem stitch with number 60 cotton. If we were not here to help you, dear little miss, you'd have to wait until you were much bigger before doing hem stitching, for it is quite a strain on the eyes. You may do the canvas hem stitching, then use the needle of Don't Have to Try for making Dolly's handkerchief. Otherwise, you could simply hem the edges of the cloth and learn about 25. Sewing on lace edging. If lace is to be put on quite full, measure the distance on which it is to be sewed and allow 1 1/2 times that distance in lace. 1. Place the right side of the lace to the right side of the cloth. Baste lightly along one side, overhand, beginning 1/2 inch from end of lace. 2. To turn a corner, measure the width of the lace and allow twice the width and pin 1/4 inch beyond the corner. Overhand around the corner, finish, and allow 1/2 inch on end of lace beyond sewing. Cut off. Note: Valenciennes lace has a heavy thread woven in the top on which the fullness may be drawn. A gathering thread should be run in lace without such a thread. 4. To join the ends of the lace, you must learn about making a fell. What is a fell? Asked Tommy Pincushion. A fell's a fellow, solemnly declared Scissors Shears. For shame, exclaimed Fairy Lady. What does fell mean? Persisted Tommy Pincushion. It means he fell down, said Scissors Shears. Silly, exclaimed Needlebook. How could anyone fell down? Down is entirely too soft to fell, said Tommy Pincushion. This is all foolish nonsense, smiled Fairy Lady. Let's proceed to make the felled seam. Excuse me, exclaimed Scissor Shears, but how does a fell seem? It seems you seem not to be what you seem to be, laughed Tommy Pincushion. What's that? Demanded Scissor Shears sharply. A seemly fellow, said Tommy Pincushion, giggling. Everybody laughed. You interrupted me, said Fairy Lady, in telling about 26. Making a fell. Cut 2 pieces of muslin, 5 inches long and 2 inches wide. 1. Place the 2 pieces together, one 1/8 of an inch below the other. Baste with uneven basting. 2. Sew together with combination stitch, 2 running stitches and a back stitch. 3. Take out the basting and open the pieces of cloth and lay the seam over so that the wider edge will be on the top. 4. Turn this in over the narrow edge and hem. Lace is joined in the same way. Oh, I see, Fairy Lady. That is so no raw edges will show, exclaimed Mary Frances. Good, smiled Fairy Lady. Now to hem stitch the handkerchief. Where did I put that square of lovely linen? Said Mary Frances. Oh, I left it in the work basket. Why, look, dear Fairy Lady, look. It is all cut and hem-stitched. How did this happen? Asked Fairy Lady. I did it with my little helmet, answered a little voice. Thimble! Exclaimed Mary Frances. Thimble, what did you answer first for? Cried a sharp voice. I started it. Oh, Scissors, said Mary Frances. Oh, for shame, to quarrel before our little miss, began Tommy Pincushion. Oh, you turn good, have you, Tommy Pincushion, exclaimed Scissor Shears. I had the honor, your seamstress-ship, said Tomato Pincushion, to furnish the needle of have to try for this work. Ha, ha, laughed Needlebook, that's a joke. We did have to try hard, said Thimble, to get it done so soon. I thank you all, dear Thimble people, said Mary Frances. Will you sew on the lace edging and bring it next time? Asked Fairy Lady. I will, said Mary Frances. Oh, I haven't shown you the outline kitties. Aren't they good? Splendid, exclaimed Fairy Lady. Those kittens always will be good and never bother you for food. You'll never have to lay down laws to make them wash their heads and paws. Their whiskers, too, will stand out straight, as when they sit before the grate. They won't annoy you with their noise, nor hide away your pretty toys. But kittens quite as good as that were never kittens of a cat. Oh, no, laughed Mary Frances. Juby'd never recognize them. She'd not know they were kittens. Oh, Juby, exclaimed Sewing Bird Lady anxiously. Would she eat me? No, said Mary Frances, not Juby. She never looks at Dick Canary. Oh, I forgot, said Fairy Lady. I am a bird without feathers, and Juby wouldn't care for a bird that didn't tickle her nose. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of the Mary Frances Sewing Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Laurel Monroe. The Mary Frances Sewing Book by Jane Eayre Fryer. A Nightie for her little nap. A charming thing to make Marie will be a dainty white nightie, sang Sewing Bird. Oh, good, exclaimed Mary Frances. That is just what she needs. I had to loan her Angie's best one, and Angie's terribly cross. You see, I fear she is a little jealous of my new dolly. I'll not neglect Angie, but you understand, dear Sewing Bird Lady, that it is my duty to clothe this child. Anxiously, isn't that perfectly right? What would she wear? What would she wear? without a loving mother's care. She'd freeze with every winter's breeze. She'd die of shame if any tease, for every thinking body knows no doll is glad without fine clothes. Thank you, Magic and Mystery, said Mary Frances. Anne smiled, Fairy Lady. The Thimble people have been quite busy since last lesson. See? She pulled from under the cushion of the doll's chair a paper pattern. Oh, how lovely, exclaimed Mary Frances, clapping her hands. A real pattern, just such as Mother uses when she makes my dresses. What is this pattern to be used for? For a dolly's nightgown, replied Fairy Lady, smiling happily. Now the materials required are 3/4 of a yard of lawn or muslin. Long cloth is a very nice kind of muslin to use. 3/4 of a yard of lace ribbon beading. 1 yard of baby ribbon. Here they are, said Mary Frances, hunting among the treasures in Mary Marie's trunk. They are perfectly all right, smiled Fairy Lady. Even to a fairy, laughed Mary Frances. Even to a fairy, nodded Fairy Lady. Now, see if you can cut out pattern 4, doll's nightgown. See insert 1. Follow the directions on the folded sheet. To cut out, 1. Fold the lawn crosswise. 2. Lay edge of the pattern having the 2 rings on the folded edge of the lawn. 3. Cut out, being careful to clip the little V-shaped notches before removing the pattern. Note, always clip a small gash in the corner underarm of these kimono-style dresses. It took Mary Frances some time to fold the goods and pin the pattern on most carefully. So anxious was she to begin cutting out that she didn't notice scissors shears looking at her most beseechingly. If only, he whispered, if only. But Sewing Bird Fairy Lady gave him an indignant push with her bodkin wand. The little lady must learn how, she said. Of course, said Scissor Shears, in a whisper, clicking off the words sharply, but I want to help. You'll help if you lend yourself. Lend myself, said Scissor Shears. Now I might lend someone else. I could lend Bodkin, for instance. Bodkin, exclaimed Mary Frances, catching the last words. Is he a thimble person? He was, sighed Scissor Shears, letting several tears fall. But, explained Fairy Lady, one day he refused to do as the king commanded, and he would not go through the muslin. So the king changed him into a blunt-nosed needle, and he has been compelled to be good ever since, even without his own consent. Poor Bodkin, said Scissor Shears, turning over so sharply that everybody jumped. Poor Bodkin. He didn't win. It is a sin. Thin as a pin. Can't make a din. Poor old Bodkin. If I were he and he were I, he wouldn't be he and I wouldn't be I. Hee hee, tinkled the silvery voice of Silver Thimble. If you get too bright, you'll try to cut things out with one leg, Mr. Scissors. Come, said Fairy Lady. Miss Mary Frances, your seamstress-ship, will you please begin to cut the goods? Lend yourself, whispered Tomato Pincushion to Scissor Shears. Tommy Pincushion, you're stuck up, clicked Scissor Shears, walking across the sewing table. I'll cut by the pattern most carefully, dear Sewing Bird Lady, said Mary Frances. Come, taking Scissor Shears up quite carelessly. Just like a grown-up lady, she thought as she cut out the little nightgown and proudly held it up to the view of the Thimble people. Beautiful, they cried. Not so beautiful as it will be, said Fairy Lady, when it has lace and ribbon and lace, holding the lovely things in place. Oh, said Mary Frances, I can scarcely wait. Well then, said Fairy Lady, let us begin by learning a neat method of putting 2 materials together when the edges fray easily. It is called a 27. French seam. 1. Put the wrong sides of 2 pieces of goods against each other. 2. Baste about 1/8 of an inch from edge. 3. Sew with running stitch near the basting. Remove basting. 4. Turn the goods the other side out and baste so as to enclose the seam. 5. Stitch with half back stitching. Now let us see what the nightgown looks like. Mary Frances held it up. Good, said the fairy lady. Next you'll learn to make doll's nightgown, pattern 4. 1. Fold the 2 long halves together and pin the notches against each other. 2. Baste carefully along this edge and try on dolly. Alter if necessary. 3. With running stitch, sew near the basting. 4. Turn to other side and baste seam carefully to enclose the first seam, a French seam. 5. Sew with half back stitching, turn to right side. Do you recognize the French seam? Indeed I do, smiled Mary Frances. You may use the needle of Don't Have to Try for this lesson, said Fairy Lady, because you've already learned these stitches. Doesn't it pay to work patiently at first? Oh, I'm the gratefulest child, said Mary Frances, taking from Needlebook the shiny needle, which seemed almost too precious to use, and beginning to sew. In a twinkle the French seams were neatly made. Now, said Fairy Lady, fold a 3/4 of an inch hem at the bottom and baste. Then hem it. The hemming the needle of Don't Have to Try quickly did. Ready, continued Fairy Lady, for finishing the neck. Click a 1/2 little slashes in the edge of the neck, and turn back to the right side of the goods 1/4 of an inch. Baste. Turn back 1/4 of an inch the end of the lace beading for ribbon and baste it over the turn back goods, beginning in the center of the back. Cut off the lace beading 1/4 of an inch beyond the place it meets the beginning and finish by turning it in 1/4 of an inch. Hem beading down on lower edge. Finish the sleeves in the same way, but it is not necessary to slash them. Then sew by overhanding stitch some Valenciennes lace in neck and sleeves. Join ends of the lace by a fell. Is that right? Asked Mary Frances at length. Good, smiled Fairy Lady. Now thread bodkin with the pretty baby ribbon and run it in and out of the lace beading. Not your fairy wand, exclaimed Mary Frances, hesitating to take hold of the bodkin wand Fairy Lady was holding out to her. For those who tried, smiled Fairy Lady, no gift of the fairies is too good. Be sure to commence to run the ribbon in at the center of the front, she added as Mary Frances took up bodkin, and leave ends long enough to tie pretty big bows. Isn't it a darling? Exclaimed the little girl, holding up the white nightgown. Now to try it on Mary Marie. Draw the ribbon to fit her neck and arms, said Sewing Bird Fairy Lady, and tie the bows. Sweet Mary Marie, sighed Mary Frances, looking at the lovely doll. You ought to sleep well in such a pretty nightie. Isn't it beautiful? Oh, dear me. Such a sigh. Mary Frances looked up in surprise. Fairy Lady was gazing at Mary Marie with a sad, wistful look. Why, dear Fairy Lady, exclaimed Mary Frances, what's the matter? Nothing, my dear, so very queer, said the Fairy Lady, smiling. Only that nightgown is just my size. Oh, exclaimed Mary Frances, so it is. You can have it, dear Fairy Lady. I'll work and work to make Mary Marie another. Do take it. No, thank you, dear little miss, said Sewing Bird Lady. I've lovely fairy robes galore, 1,000, and perhaps some more. But when I see your loving care, I'd be your dolly, I declare. I really think I would. But there, I hear your grandma on the stair. Beep, End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of the Mary Frances Sewing Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Laurel, Monroe. The Mary Frances Sewing Book by Jane Eayre Fryer. Her bathrobe. If only in her nightie clad, she took a cold, 'twould be too bad. And so the dear child may not freeze, and so the dear child may not sneeze. A nice warm bathrobe next will be our lesson finished. Sewing bird stopped singing. Brought to she, interrupted the tinkling voice of Silver Thimble. Silv Thimble, exclaimed Sewing Bird, when I need help I'll call upon you. Magic and mystery, laughed Mary Frances. Oh, dear fairy lady, said she, is it true, a bathrobe for Mary Marie? Yes, smiled fairy lady. Here is Pattern 5, Doll's Bathrobe. See Insert 1. To cut out, 1. Cut in the same way as nightgown, using the pattern marked Bath-robe. 2. Remove pattern from material. 3. On the pattern, find the pinholes pricked along the neckline. Cut down 1 row of these pinholes. Fold the paper back along the other row of pinholes. 4. Spread open the bathrobe. Pin pattern in place on 1 thickness of material. Cut along the V-shaped neckline. Remove pattern. 5. Continue to cut the V-shaped neck to the bottom of the robe. This makes the front opening. Pin it to the goods, cut it out most carefully. But what goods shall I use, dear teacher? Asked Mary Frances, searching in Mary Marie's trunk. Oh, look, here is some lovely light blue eiderdown flannel. Just the thing, exclaimed Fairy Lady. Is there any ribbon to match? Peering over the table edge to look into the trunk. Too narrow, as Mary Frances held some up. There, pointing down into the tray of the trunk, that Dresden-figured pink and blue inch-wide ribbon is beautiful, and there must be about 1 3/4 yards of it. Lovely, exclaimed Mary Frances, putting it with the flannel on the table. Now I'll cut out the bathrobe. Very important, whispered Tommy Pincushion as scissor shears came dancing, first on one leg and then on the other, to the edge of the table. I can't bother with you, whispered Scissor Shears, looking cross-eyed at Tommy Pincushion. I've too much to go through. Glancing up to see if Mary Frances noticed, but the little girl was smoothing out and pinning the pattern in place and did not seem to hear. Humph, groaned Scissor Shears as Mary Frances cut into the thick fabric. Bite into it hard, Scissors, laughed Tommy Pincushion. But Fairy Lady silenced him with a wave of her wand. All cut out, and so well, she said. Scissor Shears looked pleased as Mary Frances laid him down on the table. Then Fairy Lady told how to make Doll's Bathrobe, Pattern 5. 1. Pin seams together, being certain to match notches. 2. Baste. Try on doll. Alter if necessary. 3. Stitch or use combination stitch. 2 running stitches and a back stitch. 4. Overcast or blanket stitch the raw edges of the seams. 5. Fold inch-wide ribbon and slip it over the raw edges of the bathrobe, that is, the fronts and neck and the sleeves. 6. To fit ribbon around curves, gather it a short distance on the fuller edge. When ready to cut ribbon, allow 1/2 inch for folding under when finishing. Hem ends down carefully. 7. With sewing silk to match the ribbon, sew it to the robe with small in and out stitches, slanting the needle slightly each time. Pull needle through to the wrong side, then through to right side with each stitch, just as you did first stitches in canvas work. 8. Turn bottom of robe up 1 inch. Baste. Catch stitch with close stitches. Mary Frances worked quietly for some time. "But how will my child fasten her bathrobe?" she asked at length. "Oh," said Fairy Lady, "that's a good question. Now learn." 28. To sew on hooks and eyes. Number 36 cotton. Number 7 needle. 2 pieces muslin 3 inches by 3 inches. Fold in half, baste edges. The eye. 1. Place the eye a little beyond the double edge of the muslin. Hold firmly. 2. Overhand around the circles of the eye, beginning at the further side. Try not to let stitches come out on other side of the cloth. 3. Take 3 stitches at each side of the eye near edge of the cloth to prevent its being lifted when the hook is pulled. Fasten thread carefully in cloth near the eye. The hook. 1. Put the hook into the eye facing it upward. 2. Take the other piece of muslin and place double edge just meeting the double edge of the first piece. Hold the hook down on this piece of muslin where it should come. Mark the place and now unfasten the hook from the eye. 3. Hold hook firmly in place with the left thumb and fingers and overhand the 2 circles of the hooks. 4. Put needle under the bent part of hook and take 4 stitches in the same place just under the bent part. 5. Fasten the thread by taking 3 stitches close beside the hook, then takes 3 stitches on the other side close to hook. This secure fastening must be made because of the strain which comes on this part of the hook. Note, if the eye will show on a garment, it is better. 29. To make eyelet loops. Use a piece of muslin 3 inches square. Fold in half and baste edges. Number 7 needle, number 36 cotton. 1. Knot the thread. 2. 1/2 an inch from double edge. Take 4 stitches about 1/4 of an inch long over each other. Bring needle out at lower end. 3. Turn the cloth and make blanket stitches over the 4 stitches. It is more easily done if the eye, instead of the point of the needle, is put through the long stitches. 4. When the stitches are filled with the blanket stitch, bring needle to wrong side of goods near the last blanket stitch taken and fastened securely. "As we have so little time at a lesson, your seamstressship," said Fairy Lady, "you will please practice making the loops and putting on the hooks and eyes during the week." A pretty cord for her waist is made by placing 2 strands of heavy zephyr yarn together and twisting each end the opposite way. There, I see some charming blue in the trunk. You may cut 2 pieces, each 2 yards long, and place them together. I will hold them at one end, you at the other. Now ready? The ends in your hand, left you twist. To the right I turn mine with the wrist. By the center I hold the twisted strand. Let go, a rope for Dolly. Grand! A knot in each end, next we tie. Then fringe each end, both you and I. A girdle for a queen not neater. No queen than Dolly could be sweeter. "Isn't that a lovely girdle?" exclaimed Mary Frances. "It is," agreed Fairy Lady. "And now, with the needle of Don't Have to Try, finish the bathrobe, ready for tacking the girdle in place." "It's the loveliest thing I've ever made," cried Mary Frances, holding up the soft woolly robe to view. "And it's all finished for my darling Mary Marie, except the hook and eye." "Not quite," said Sewing Bird Fairy Lady. "We like to teach little girls to be neat, and how can Mary Marie hang up her clothes without 30. Loops of tape. Flat loops. Flat loops are sewed to inside of coat or waist collar or skirt pants. 1. Cut narrow tape 1/2 an inch longer than the right length for the space in which it is to be used. 2. Turn under the ends 1/4 of an inch and baste in place. 3. Hem down each end on 3 sides the width of the tape. 4. Sew with a double row of stitching across the tape just beyond the hemming. Towel loops are used on towels and on inside of sleeves. 1. Fold tape to form a point. 2. Overhand the two ends together in center for a distance of 3/4 of an inch from the ends. 3. Turn back the two ends 1/4 of an inch and baste to the hemmed edge of towel or muslin and hem down. 4. Turn to right side. Hem down the cloth to the tape at the lower edge of the hem. Fasten thread. "Of course," exclaimed Mary Frances. "Why, my dear sewing bird lady, I couldn't be neat myself without hangers." "Neither can Mary Marie," sang Sewing Bird. "Could she be sweet? Could she be neat? From her dear head to her cute feet? Without the stitches made with care, without a comb for her fair hair, without some mending of her clothes, without clean hankies for her nose, without a patient mother's sewing. But hark, dear friend, you must be going. Peep, peep." End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of the Mary Frances Sewing Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Laurel Monroe. The Mary Frances Sewing Book by Jane Eyre Fryer. Chine. The sun shone brightly into the sewing room. Everything was neatly in place. Sewing Bird was sitting on her perch on the sewing table. Mary Frances's work basket was at one end. That is the way things looked as Mary Frances peeped in the door to see what the Thimble people might be doing. She was just about to enter when she saw a little fluttering in the work basket. "Oh, I do hope they'll have some fun," she thought. Over the edge of the basket peeped the bright little eyes of Silver Thimble. Then he tumbled out on the sewing table. "Why didn't you step over, Silv?" asked Scissor Shears, stepping over the side of the basket. "I'll take steps to find out why," said Tommy Pincushion, rolling over the side. "You'll take steps? Impossible!" exclaimed Emery Bag. "Why, Fatty, I could get out of the basket as easily as that myself." And out he jumped. Then out came Pencil, carrying a little piece of paper. "What's that for?" asked Silver Thimble, pointing to the paper. "What do you suppose, Tinkle?" he asked loftily, looking down upon the little fellow. "To write on." "Oh, I ought to have known," snickered Silver Thimble. "You always do right." "I am the only one of you who does, though." And Pencil hopped on his one leg to the other end of the table. Jumping up and down, he began. "All ready for the grand presentation? Let's practice." "Not so fast, not so fast, Mr. Pencil," exclaimed Needlebook. "I lead." "Oh, beg your pardon," said Pencil. "I forgot. I'm led." "I've always been led," sighing. "Ha, ha," laughed Tommy Pincushion, tied to his Mrs. Apron strings. "But where are the rest of us?" called out Scissor Shears. With that, out sprang all the needles and pins, even a few safety pins Mary Frances had put in one corner of her workbox, all the buttons, and all the other little findings, so many Mary Frances couldn't see where they came from. Then Sewing Bird, who had been looking on with interest, began to sing. "Now listen here, this must be clear, this presentation party is for our little mistress dear. Look out there, Mr. Smarty," as Scissor Shears nearly tumbled off the table. "I will take the lady's place, and you will pass before my face, as when she's here, our mistress dear, at our presentation party. Now I will make my little speech, then you can follow one in each, except," interrupted Silver Thimble, "the tiny thumb thimble folks," drawing himself up to his full height. "They only bow, they all know how," said Sewing Bird. "Now, all ready to hear the speech? Speech, speech, cried the thimble people. Sewing bird began. Our mistress dear, your heart to cheer. We're going to give a party, and we will evermore be true, and every one of us to you will pledge allegiance hearty. Next, then came Silver Thimble, bowing before Sewing Bird. I'm Silver Thimble, bright and nimble. Then Scissor Shears, bowing. I'm Scissor Shears with rather long ears. Then Tommy Pincushion. I'm Tomato Pincushion. Silv, stop your pushin'. Then Emery Bag. I'm Emery Bag, I never brag. Then Needlebook. I'm Needlebook, please take a look, and do not look awry. I hold within, without a pin, the needle of don't have to try. Then Pencil. I always do right. That's no rhyme, exclaimed Scissor Shears. Well, it sounds better than I'm Pencil. I present my bill. Now, said Sewing Bird, the little Tom Thumb folks will all together bow. Bow, wow, wow, finished Tommy Pincushion, and all the thimble people laughed. Their laughing sounded as if the button box had been upset. Then the needles and pins and buttons began to bow and dance, making such a funny sight that Mary Frances nearly laughed aloud. Won't our mistress be pleased with all of us? Exclaimed Tommy Pincushion. Come, pets, and the needles and pins flew to him. Come, pets, mimicked Emery Bag, and a few needles left Tommy Pincushion to go to him. Piggy, exclaimed Emery Bag, looking crossly at Tommy Pincushion. Oh, no, said Tommy, I'm just softer-hearted than you, so they cling to me. Hee-hee, laughed Silver Thimble, but our little miss will be pleased with this party for we're all here, ready to see our mistress dear. Then came a whirring sound. Zee, 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 zum, 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 zum. Zee, zum, zee, zum, zee, zum, zee, zum, mum. And Mary Frances noticed the sewing machine wheels going around. Oh, my, exclaimed Sewing Bird, fluttering her wings and tugging to get away from the table. What an awful mistake. No song I can make. We forgot Ma. Forgot whom? Asked Tommy Pincushion. Forgot me, sobbed Sewing Machine. All these days, my little ones, I've been hearing these lovely lessons, but not one of you, no, not one, remembers your machine. Zum, zum. What shall we do? Whispered the thimble people. Listen to what I say, I will take part today. I cannot bear a thing like this. I wish to help our little Miss. Zum, zum. Then all the thimble people cried together, Oh, Miss Machine! Oh, our Machine! Forgive us all, don't make a scene. Zum, zee-zum, began Machine when Mary Frances stepped in the door. Magic and mystery, she said, smiling. I heard it all the lovely presentation party. I couldn't bear to interrupt it, and I do thank you every one, my dear little friends, and my new friend, Machine. Zum, zum, hummed Sewing Machine softly. Some day, added Mary Frances, when we have time, we will have the grand presentation party all over again. Oh, goody, goody, won't it be grand? Cried the thimble people. Today's lesson, began Fairy Lady, is to make a kimono for Mary Marie. Mary Frances gravely sat Mary Marie in a chair and opened her trunk. That Japanese crepe is just right for the purpose, said Fairy Lady, with this plain lavender 3/4-inch ribbon for trimming. Now comes Pattern 6, Doll's Kimono. See Insert 1. 1. Cut out by pattern of bathrobe. 2. Clip several little gashes in the edge of the neck and turn fronts and neck back on right side of goods 1/4 inch. Crease flat. Do the same to the ends of the sleeves. 3. Lay 3/4-inch ribbon flat on top of the turned edges of the kimono. Baste. To fit ribbon around curves, Gather it along the fuller edge. 4. Overhand, run, or stitch down the edges along the front opening of kimono and sleeves. 5. Hem, run, or stitch down the opposite edge of the ribbon. 6. Base seams of kimono together on right side. Try on. Make French seams. 7. Finish the bottom of kimono with a 3/4 inch hem. Note, instead of ribbon, trimming bands of plain lawn may be used. If these are used, proceed in the following manner. For neck and fronts, cut band exactly the same shape as the opening of kimono, making the band 1.5 inches wide. Cut 2 sleeve bands, each 7 inches long and 2 inches wide. After turning in the edges of kimono opening, turn in the edges of the trimming band 1/4 inch. Lay it against kimono opening, fitting the neck carefully. Fold sleeve bands in half lengthwise. Crease well. Open. Pin band flat against end of sleeve. Stitch 1/4 inch from edge. Turn over and crease. Turn down the other side of band 1/4 inch. Fold band along the center crease. Bring turned in edge of band over the edge, stitch to sleeve. Baste, hem, or stitch down. Fairy Lady gave these directions very slowly, and Mary Frances followed them carefully. When she came to stitching the band, sewing machine said, "Little Miss Seamstress, please just put that under my foot, and it will be done in nearly no time." "Thank you, machine, but Mother wouldn't let me," said Mary Frances. "Oh, I'll be responsible," said machine, and as Mary Frances set the little sleeve under the foot, she began to whirl her wheels so rapidly Mary Frances couldn't see them. "Oh, thank you," said the little girl. "Will you do the front trimming band?" "Yes, indeed," said machine, singing, "Zum, zum, zum." "Isn't this delightful, Mary Marie?" exclaimed the little girl. "What a lot of dear friends we have." Then Fairy Lady smiled. The next is Pattern 7, Dressing Sack. See Insert 1. 1. Cut out by pattern of bathrobe, making it only as long as the row of pinholes marked Dressing Sack. 2. Finish the fronts and neck and sleeves by pinking or notching closely with the scissors, or 3. Transfer the pattern for scallops given below. To do this, with a soft lead pencil, trace scallops through the tissue paper. Turn the tissue over and lay the picture of scallops against the sleeves and fronts and trace over on the wrong side. This will leave a penciled outline on the goods. Instead of this method, the outline of the scallops may be traced through the tissue and carbon paper. With embroidery cotton, work the scallops in blanket stitch. The dressing sack may be finished with ribbon or bands in just the same way as the kimono. Embroider the ribbons or bands with 31. Feather stitching. To learn to make the stitch, use linen canvas 3 inch by 7 inch and blunt needle and heavy red working cotton. 1. Work toward you. Hold canvas over the left forefinger. 2. 5 threads in and down at left-hand corner. Draw a needle through from underneath. Let thread hang. 3. Count 1 thread to right. Point needle downward, slanting to hole directly beneath the hole needle first came through. Pull through. 4. Repeat inserting needle 1 hole to the left instead of right. Always let thread fall under point of needle on right side of canvas before pulling it through. Now try it on the bands of the dressing sack. Good! As Mary Frances held up the samplers. Here is a puzzle, riddle, or conundrum. Mary Marie is feather stitched, yet not a feather is on her. Mary Frances laughed. "I wonder how she'd look in feathers," she said. Then Sewing Bird sang. She'd make a fine bird, upon my word. She'd sing a sweet song, and the only thing wrong, her feathers and song would be tightly glued on. Oh, sewing bird, laughed Mary Frances, shaking her finger. How did you know the voice of a talking doll was glued on? End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of the Mary Frances Sewing Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Laurel, Monroe. The Mary Frances Sewing Book by Jane Eyre Fryer. Aunt Maria makes a visit. Now one thing more. A pinafore will make for a doll we almost adore. A pinafore, sewing bird lady, exclaimed Mary Frances. An apron for Mary Marie? Yes, smiled Fairy Lady. A big apron, which she can use as a dress until you make her some dresses. Then she can use it as a cover-me-up apron. Oh, good, said Mary Frances. And dear Fairy Lady, I want to tell you, I've a lovely surprise. My Aunt Maria is coming to see us. Aunt Maria? Ooh, does she love sewing? Indeed she does. She made a bed quilt when she was, I think it was when she was 2 years old. Tee-hee, giggled Tommy Pincushion. Oh, I beg your pardon, he said, pretending he had stepped on Scissor Shear's toes. Achoo, said Needlebook, pretending to sneeze. She must have been a wonderful child, said Fairy Lady. She was, said Mary Frances, and the loveliest cook ever. She told me all about it. She almost knew the kitchen people. Well, I'm glad such a delightful person is coming, I'm sure, said Fairy Lady. But let us have as much done as possible before she gets here. To do today's lesson, we have to learn the best way for 32. Sewing on buttons. 1. Make a pinhole where the button is to be sewed. Thread a number 7 needle with number 36 cotton, the cotton double, and make a knot. 2. From the right side, put needle down through the cloth in the pinhole mark, bringing the knot on the right side. The knot is then hidden under the button. 3. Bring the needle partly through near the knot on the right side. 4. Put the button on needle, draw needle through. 5. Take a stitch down through the opposite hole and put a pin through this stitch. 6. Sew through the holes, making a cross over the button and pin. 7. Take out the pin. This will loosen the stitches. 8. Bring out the needle from underside of cloth between the button and cloth. 9. Wind the thread around the stitches under the button 3 or 4 times. This allows for the thickness of the buttonhole. 10. Fasten on the wrong side. In sewing a button with a shank or loop, take several over and over stitches with double thread. If putting on a number of buttons, the buttonholes should be made first, and the place for buttons be marked through them. When does Aunt Maria arrive? Asked Fairy Lady. I don't exactly know, said Mary Frances. Oh, I hope, began Scissor Shears, then the bell rang. A lady to see you, miss, said Katy, coming upstairs. It's Aunt Maria, exclaimed Mary Frances, jumping down the stairs 2 steps at a time. Oh, dear Aunt Maria, how perfectly grand, kissing the old lady again and again. Have you had lunch? Grandma always takes an outing on Wednesday afternoons, and she'll be so sorry not to be home to welcome you. But I feel very welcome, laughed Aunt Maria, and I have had lunch, thank you, my dear. Then you can come right upstairs, said Mary Frances, leading the way to the guest room. After taking off her hat and smoothing her hair, Aunt Maria began. What are you doing, child, all alone this afternoon? Are you often alone? You have no chance to cook here, I imagine. No, Aunt Maria, said Mary Frances. I'm very busy, nevertheless. Busy, exclaimed Aunt Maria. And what do you do, pray? Shh, Aunt Maria, it's another secret. How lovely, smiled the old lady. I'm standing on tiptoe to whisper into her aunt's ear, I'm learning to sew. No, exclaimed Aunt Maria. Why, my dear child, how? How can you learn to sew? I know your grandma cannot see to teach you. Her eyes are too weak. Aunt Maria, whispered Mary Frances, I've some little friends who know all about sewing, who teach me how, but it's a dead secret and you must never, never, never tell. Hope you'll die if you do. Will you promise, skull and crossbones? Mercy, child, exclaimed the old lady. What an awful vow. But I'll not tell, and if I give my word... Oh, I am sure you won't, Aunt Maria, and someday I'll be able to tell you all about it. Is it a book, like the cooking lessons, that delightful secret? I won't tell. My, thought Mary Frances, wouldn't Saucepan laugh? Not exactly like that, said Mary Frances aloud, and I know you'll never, never tell Aunt Maria, but it's a very, very serious secret, for nobody knows, not even Mother. May I see some of your work, my dear? I'll bring some to show you, she said. Excuse me, please. She stood on the threshold of the sewing room a moment before entering. All the Thimble people were jumping around in excitement. I tell you, tinkled Silver Thimble, it's the ant. It's not, piped the thinnest little voice Mary Frances had ever heard. Hello, exclaimed Scissor Shears. That's little common ordinary Pin. You don't know. You haven't much of a head. Maybe not, answered the thin voice, but we have some fine points. Ha ha, laughed Tommy Pincushion. And we're not stuck on ourselves. Ha ha, laughed Tommy Pincushion again. No, exclaimed Scissor Shears, you're stuck on Tommy Pincushion. Such taste. Mary Frances went into the room. Oh, said Fairy Lady, I was afraid you might not be alone. Mary Frances, came Aunt Maria's voice from nearby. Every Thimble person fell down where he was, and in a twinkle Fairy Lady became Sewing Bird. I thought I wouldn't trouble you to bring your work to me, so I followed you to the sewing room. I thought I heard, I'm quite certain I heard someone talking. Oh my, thought Mary Frances. Goodness, exclaimed Aunt Maria as they went into the room. Although I oughtn't to say it, what an untidy room. My dear child, everything ought to be put in place, just as soon as you've used it. It never pays to lay anything down out of place. Here are needles and pins, scissors and needlebook, emery bag and whatnot, tumbled over the table, and the work basket on its side. You'll learn better, though, child. There was a strange expression on the little girl's face. It's rude, Mary Frances, to smile when you're in fault, continued the old lady. Excuse me, Aunt Maria, said Mary Frances. I couldn't help it. Well, I expect it's because you're so glad to see me, said Aunt Maria, leaning back in her chair and rocking. Never mind, we'll look at your work. Very credible indeed, child. Such excellent stitches, examining the little samplers and finally the bathrobe and kimono. You certainly do take after me. To think that so spoiled a child should develop into such an excellent character. Blood will tell. I've often said it. Blood will tell. What pretty material. By the way, child, where do you get the goods? If this is a secret. Oh, Aunt Maria, Mother sent me this little trunk full of these pretty things and this lovely, lovely doll, Mary Marie, to amuse myself with. She said she was so sorry not to be able to show me how to sew and hopes to when she comes home. Dear Mother, won't she be surprised? Indeed she will, said the old lady, examining the contents of the trunk. But, she sniffed, I am compelled to say, less beautiful goods would have answered the purpose. When I was a little girl, well, never mind. Have you learned to make buttonholes? I can make the stitch, I think, answered Mary Frances meekly. Well, I'll teach you, child, said Aunt Maria, getting a piece of muslin ready. Now, let us begin to learn how to make 33 buttonholes. All buttonholes should be worked in a double fold of cloth. Use for practice a piece of muslin 6 inches long and 4 inches wide. Fold through the center. Turn in and baste along edges. A. To cut. With buttonhole scissors, cut into the goods 1/4 of an inch from folded edge. Cut along a thread of the goods to make it straight. Make opening a little longer than the button is broad. For buttonhole, use number 40 cotton, number 8 needle. Barring and overcasting are often done with a finer thread than that used for the buttonholing. B. To bar. 1. Make a small knot in thread. 2. Put the goods over first finger, left hand, folded edge toward you. 3. At the end of buttonhole farthest from folded edge of cloth, insert needle between the double cloth, bringing it out at A. See picture. 4. Point needle down at B, bring it out at A. 5. Point needle down at C, bring it out at D. Do this twice. 6. Point needle down at B, bring it out at A. C. Overcasting. Overcast the edge of each side and end of the buttonhole, catching the long, barring threads. D. Buttonhole stitch. 1. With goods over forefinger of left hand, at end of buttonhole farthest from the folded edge of the cloth, insert needle between the muslin. Pull through, leaving a small end of thread between muslin. 2. At same corner of buttonhole, bring needle halfway through, taking both threads hanging from eye of needle between thumb and finger of right hand, pass the thread under the point of the needle from right to left. Pull needle through, drawing the thread firmly near the buttonhole. This forms the purl, which is well adapted to the constant wear upon the buttonhole. 3. Repeat until needle is at first stitch taken. E. Finishing. 1. Make barring stitches over the first barring stitches taken. 2. Put needle through these barring stitches, forming the blanket or loop stitch. Make several loop stitches and bring needle to wrong side. 3. Fasten thread by several small stitches. Note: if thread is too short to finish buttonholing, fasten it on wrong side of material. Enter the new thread on wrong side and bring thread through last buttonhole purl or twisted edge. Aunt Maria gave Mary Frances these directions very slowly, making the little girl do each step as she explained. No, not that way, child, she would say. Sit up straight. Place both feet firmly on the floor. Hold your sewing high. Do not stoop over. That is the correct position while sewing. Throw the thread more carefully. No, not so long a thread. It will tangle. Patience, child. My, exclaimed Mary Frances, that's the hardest thing I've done yet. Am I very trying to teach? Well, said the old lady, you might be more so, but that's a real respectable buttonhole. But really, child, I must again repeat my lesson to you about neatness. Never leave your sewing room as I found it today. There's Grandma, exclaimed Mary Frances, looking out the window. Come, Aunt Maria, let's go down. Is my necktie straight? Asked the old lady of Mary Frances, taking her hand. My, said Mary Frances, returning to the sewing room, aren't they the old dears, talking together? A cup of tea and those two old ladies. There's nothing under the sun they can't think of, from Noah and the Ark to forevermore. I wonder if I could finish Mary Marie's pinafore. I'm going to make Angie a lot of clothes like Mary Marie's. Will the old grunt be back? Scissor Shears was looking up at Mary Frances. Who? Asked Mary Frances. "The old grunt," said Scissor Shears, "fussin' and gruntin' over everything. We looked all right. She scared us. If we hadn't dropped where we were, she might have found out about us. And if she'd found out about us, we'd been never-nevers." "You must not call names," said Mary Frances gravely. "She is an old grunt, so there. It was my work to teach you to make buttonholes, and I so wanted to do it," burst out Buttonhole Scissors excitedly. He spread his funny little legs apart and looked up at Mary Frances most forlornly. "Rip her up the back, Buddy," growled Scissor Shears. "Be quiet," exclaimed Mary Frances. "I'm ashamed of you both. I know it's an awful disappointment to you, Buttonhole Scissors, but never mind, you shall help me sometime. Magic and mystery we must." "Yes," said Fairy Lady, smiling, "we must finish the pinafore. Here is Pattern 8, Doll's Pinafore. See Insert 2. To cut out, 1. Fold goods lengthwise. Place edge of pattern having 2 rings on this fold. Pin in place. Cut out. 2. Indicate place for straps and pocket by pricking with the pin through pattern and material. Remove pattern. Run a red basting thread through the pinholes. 3. Cut 4 straps and the pocket. To make. Note: the pinafore is not joined under the arms, therefore, 1. Make a narrow hem along the sides of the front and back. 2. Make a 3/4 inch hem along the bottom of pinafore. 3. Make a tiny clip in the corners of the neck opening. Turn down 1/4 inch along neck on right side. 4. Base flat against this 1/2 inch wide white linen tape. In turning corners, turn the tape completely over. 5. Ends of sleeves, sides of sleeves, and sides and bottom of pinafore finished in same way. Pocket. 1. Make a 1/4 inch hem at top of pocket. 2. Turn in edges 1/8 inch, baste. 3. Pin in place shown on pattern. Hem or stitch. Straps. 1. Turn in edges of straps 1/8 inch all around. 2. Baste 2 straps together, wrong sides facing each other. Overhand or stitch together. 4. Pin in place as shown by red basting thread and sew in place through a button. Or a button may be sewed to the pinafore and a buttonhole worked in each end of the straps. If this is done, hem a small piece of goods on the wrong side of pinafore under the places for the buttons, so that the pulling of the button will not tear the goods. "And we'll all help, if you please." "Thank you, dear Thimble people," said Mary Frances, spreading the pretty gingham on the sewing table. "Work very quickly. I haven't many minutes. I'm so tired anyhow," and she leaned back in her rocking chair. "Mary Frances, Mary Frances, Mary Frances, dear," called Grandma's voice. "Oh," thought Mary Frances, "I've been asleep. It's twilight nearly." "Yes, Grandma," she called, "I'll come right down." And she looked on the table, expecting to see the gingham spread out, but it was nowhere to be seen. "Look at Mary Marie," whispered Sewing Bird. There sat the proud Dolly with the gingham pinafore all made and buttoned in place. How, stammered Mary Frances. "We took her over to Thimble Land, over to our fairyland," explained Sewing Bird. "Can I go there some day?" asked Mary Frances. "I think you may, but not today." "Perhaps you'll go another day," sang Sewing Bird. "Oh, thank you, you dear," said Mary Frances. "Come, Mary Frances," again called Grandma. "Why, dear child," she said, kissing the little girl, "it's nearly 6 o'clock, and we old ladies have been so busy living in the past that we almost forgot the present. That's you." End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of the Mary Frances Sewing Book, This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Laurel Monroe. The Mary Frances Sewing Book by Jane Eyre Fryer. A Ruined Dress. So the old grunt had to go home, said Scissor Shears, standing on one pointed toe. Why? Asked Tommy Pincushion. I don't care a tinkle, exclaimed Silver Thimble. Why she went, I'm only glad we're to have the little miss to ourselves once more. Exclaimed Ma Chine. If Sewing Bird were awake, little you'd speak and so cutting away about an old lady, Scissors. Click, click, clickety, click. Rip her up the back, snapped Scissor Shears, making across the table. You old thread chewer, you, he exclaimed. Everyone knows you have wheels in your head. You old thread chewer, you, I double dare you to. Zoom, 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 Ma Chine began to whirl. Oh, what are the comical things going to do, thought Mary Frances at the door. I do hope no harm will be done. I'll wait a minute and see. Suddenly, Scissor Shears stumbled and fell flat on the table, his feet being all entangled in the folds of some pink lawn. Zum, zum, whirled Ma Chine. Why don't you come? Come on, sweet-tempered. Oh, my, moaned Scissor Shears. Oh, me. I'm almost undone. Undone? Exclaimed Sewing Bird. I think you're done up. Oh, how it shames to call bad names, and temper lost makes heavy cost. Sewing Bird, that's true, exclaimed Scissor Shears, getting up. Oh, the dear little miss. Oh, what a lesson. I'm so sorry I lost my temper. What can he have done, thought Mary Frances, peeping in the door. There on the sewing table was Scissor Shears, looking woefully upon a pretty little doll's dress, carefully cut out and pinned together. All over it were gashes and slashes where his sharp feet had cut into the material. What shall I do? Began Scissor Shears. Oh, Sewing Bird, what shall I do? There's no other goods. I took such care to make that so perfect, ready for the little lady's lesson today. Come, said Mary Frances to herself. That's enough. Poor old Scissor Shears. I'll pretend not to notice it. Good afternoon, she said, going into the sewing room. I've changed my mind, dear Sewing Bird lady. I think I'd like to use some other goods rather than that I left on the table for this lesson. I'll just throw this aside in a little bundle, pushing the ruined dress aside. And may I use this pretty pink chambray gingham today? The very thing, exclaimed Fairy Lady, much better than lawn for a morning dress. And here is Pattern 9, Doll's Morning Dress. See Insert 2. 1. Cut out in same way as pinafore. 2. For neckband, use a 6-inch square of white lawn. Fold through the center. Fold again through the center. 3. Place neckband pattern on the lawn, having the edges, which are marked with 2 rings, each on a fold. 4. Pin in place. Cut out, open, make tiny clip in each corner of the neck opening. 5. Cut sleeve bands of white lawn with double rings on fold of cloth. To make. 1. Turn over opening of neck of dress 1/8 inch on right side. Crease without stretching. Baste. 2. Turn both edges of neckband down 1/8 inch on same side of goods. Crease without stretching. 3. Spread the dress open on the table. Lay neckband with turned-in edge against turned-in edge of dress neck. Pin in place, baste. Stitch or overhand and hem in place. 4. Turn up ends of sleeves and sew sleeve bands in place in the same way. 5. Make placket by directions given on next page. Make 3 buttonholes on right-hand side. Sew 3 buttons on left-hand side. 6. Join underarms with French seams. 7. Make a 3/4 inch hem in bottom of dress. I'll cut that out quickly, said Mary Frances, pinning the pattern on the goods. Mark the place where the pocket goes, said Fairy Lady. Why, she exclaimed at length, holding up the little dress, the back is just like the front, and the neck is too little for her head to slip through. Exactly, smiled Fairy Lady, looking pleased. You are very observant. That's a lovely word, thought Mary Frances. I'll remember it. You may now fold the dress lengthwise, and from the neck, cut down the middle of the back 4 inches, which will make the opening large enough for her head, and learn about 34. Making a placket, which is the finished opening of a dress or skirt. 1. Cut 1 piece of cloth like the dress, 2 inches wide and as long as the dress opening. 2. Cut another piece 1 inch wide and as long as the opening. Fold in half the long way and crease. 3. On the right-hand side of the opening, face the raw edge back on the wrong side with the narrow piece of cloth. 4. On the left-hand side, sew the wider piece of cloth as if for facing, but after turning in the edge, fold on the creased middle fold, bringing edge exactly over the first sewing. This is an extension placket. This piece can be used without folding, then the edge must be hemmed. There should be 2 rows of stitching across the bottom of the placket to strengthen it. On this page are pictures of 2 other kinds of placket. To make a hemmed placket, sew a narrow hem on left side and broad hem on right-hand side. Fold broad hem over narrow and stitch in place across lower end. A tape placket is very useful in making petticoats. Face the opening with flat tape. Fairy Lady handed Mary Frances a sheet of paper. Where did this come from? Asked Mary Frances. It's a fairy paper, answered Fairy Lady. That's all I can tell. It is beautiful, said Mary Frances, holding the picture of the plackets in her hand. Thank you. Can you tell me what to do next? Asked Fairy Lady. Yes, answered Mary Frances. I must work in this order in making my dolly's dresses. 1. Basting of seams. 2. Fitting. 3. Altering if necessary. 4. Sewing seams. 5. Facing the neck with the fitted facing. Baste that on wrong side, then turn to the right side. Turn in and hem down. 6. Facings on the sleeve in same way. 7. Pocket hemmed at top. Turned in and basted in place, stitched in place. 8. Buttons and buttonholes. That's your week's work, said Fairy Lady. If you finish it for the next lesson, I'll be so proud. And so will I, laughed Mary Frances, resolving to work hard. Good day, dear thimble people. I'll help her if I dare, said Scissors Shears. What could you do now? Asked Tommy Pincushion. You're in disgrace. He could only undo, said Needlebook. That will do, said Sewing Bird. End of chapter 22.
Chapter 23 of the Mary Frances Sewing Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by mshegal. The Mary Frances Sewing Book by Jane Eayre Fryer. The Flannel Pet. Don't you want to go with Grandma today? Asked her grandmother of Mary Frances. Where, Nanny? Inquired the little girl. Well, said Grandma, I'm going to take a trolley ride through the park. Where the monkeys are? Inquired Mary Frances. Yes, said Grandma. I thought you'd like to share my afternoon out. I dearly love monkeys, said Mary Frances. They crinkle up their faces so. Come then, said Grandma. Get your hat. Mary Frances ran upstairs. This is what she heard. I do hope the little lady will have it finished. What does she make today? The flannel pet? Oh, good. That's Silver Thimble, thought Mary Frances. Why do you say, oh, good? Asked Scissors Shears. Because, answered Silver Thimble, I know what fun she'll have. I feel closer to my little miss than any of you others can. Ha! Laughed Tommy Pincushion. But not love her better. The dear things, thought Mary Frances, and I was going to run away. What can a flannel pet be? Is it a flannel cat, or a rabbit, or a dog? Mary Frances, called Grandma. Listen, Nanny, said a little girl leaning over the banister. Will you feel much disappointed, dear Nanny, if I don't go? Why no, my child, said Grandma. Mrs. Bennet is going with me, so I'll have company, but I thought you'd be lonely. Goodbye, dear. Take a nap if you feel like it. Goodbye, Nanny dear, smiled Mary Frances, throwing the old lady a kiss. She really does spoil me, I fear, she thought. I never had my own way so exactly before. She dressed Mary in the new morning dress. I certainly wish she had some petticoats, thought the little girl, taking her into the sewing room. Oh, what fun! I see it's done. Quite in distress, without this dress. Would be, you see, our sweet Mary, sang Sewing Bird, admiring the morning dress. But the buttonholes, said Mary Frances, are pretty poor, I must say. That's because the old grunt taught you, began Scissors Shears. Oh my, exclaimed Mary Frances. I forgot, said Scissors Shears. I did really and truly, your seamstressship. Will you please forgive me? Scissors and shears, now change your ears, laughed Mary Frances, and the funny little long-eared fellow was on the table. I'm sure I'll not be able to use you today, said Mary Frances, with those ears. You tell me what to do, said Scissors Shears, wagging his ears back and forward. I like my ears. They do not help me work, but I can hear almost anything with them. I can hear what Tommy Pincushion is thinking. Goodness, exclaimed Tommy Pincushion. You must be most unhappy. Mary Frances laughed. What is today's lesson? She asked. Sewing Bird began to sing. I see you haven't guessed yet. It's just a little flannel pet. A period after pet, you'll note. It's short for flannel petticoat. Oh, dee-dee-dum-dum, dee-dee-dee. No one can guess it. That I see. Oh, magic and mystery, laughed Mary Frances. Mary will be delighted. She seems so chilly these days. I think she will soon be able to say a few words. I try to think she said Mama to me today. It is lovely to help make things for so sweet a child, smiled Fairy Lady. That is a great compliment, said Mary Frances to her mother. It isn't only her lovely face, said Fairy Lady. It's her charming manners. Oh, thank you, said Mary Frances. To a mother who tries to teach the best to her child. That is most pleasing to hear. There's even more in seeing her mother's manner than in teaching her, I think, said Fairy Lady. Mary Frances blushed with pleasure. And now, said Fairy Lady, ready for pattern 10? Doll's flannel petticoat. Suggestions for material. White woolen flannel. 1. Make a pattern of ordinary wrapping paper. Use a ruler, making the pattern 9 1/2 inches long and 5 inches wide. 2. Mark with 2 rings and an arrow, as in picture, to cut out. 1. Place end of pattern having 2 rings on a lengthwise fold of material. Pin in place. Cut out. To make A. Leave 1 1/2 inches of the seam unsewed for making of placket. Below this, join seam by 35. Felling on flannel. A fell is a seam hemmed down to prevent edges from raveling. Note: to learn to make a fell, use 2 pieces of flannel, each 6 inches long and 3 inches wide. Practice with these before attempting the fell on the petticoat. Place the pieces of flannel together, one edge extending 1/8 of an inch beyond the other. 2. Baste a narrow seam. Stitch. 3. Remove the bastings. 4. Turn to other side of goods. With a warm iron, press the seam with the wider side covering the narrower. Do not open it. In felling flannel, do not turn the wider part of the seam in, but leave it open, and baste down flat after pressing. Catch stitch it down instead of hemming. B. Make a hemmed placket. Do not turn flannel twice, but, after pressing, catch stitch down over the raw edges. C. To hem petticoat. 1. Turn up 1/4 inch on wrong side at bottom of skirt. Baste and press. Remove bastings. 2. Turn up again on wrong side 3/4 of an inch, measuring and basting carefully. Press. 3. Feather stitch in place along top of hem. Remove bastings. D. Gather to the top of petticoat. 1. Cut a notch in the middle of the front of petticoat. 2. Thread needle with number 40 cotton. Use cotton double. Gather petticoat at top, commencing at notch. Gather first in one direction, then in the other. 3. Leave knots in each end of the threads. Make threads a little shorter than the length of the flannel. Note, this petticoat is not to be sewed to a band, but is attached later to a doll's underwaist. Mary Frances had the needle of Don't Have to Try in her hand, and soon finished the petticoat. Good, exclaimed Fair Lady. Now comes pattern 11, doll's underwaist. See insert 3. To cut out. 1. Pin patterns with an arrow edge on a lengthwise fold of lawn. 2. Cut 2 underwaists just alike. 3. Clip a small notch in the exact center of the bottom of each waist. To make 1. Baste the shoulder seam of one waist together, A to A and B to B. Try on doll. Alter if necessary. 2. Stitch 1/4 inch from the edge, open and flatten the seams. Turn in edges along the back 1/4 inch. Baste. Turn up bottom of waist 1/4 inch. Baste. 4. Clip several small gashes along the neck. Turn in the edge of neck 1/8 of an inch. Baste. Do the same to the armholes. 5. Do the same to the other waist. 6. Pin and baste the 2 waists together, wrong sides facing each other. Overhand, or stitch all edges together except the bottom, which is left open for the flannel petticoat. 7. To join flannel petticoat to underwaist, insert gathers of petticoat between the 2 waists. Pin notches together and baste in place. Hem down. 8. Sew 3 buttons on the left side of back of waist. 1 at the neck, 1 in the center, 1 at the bottom. Make the buttonholes on the other side of back of waist. 9. Sew 1 button at center front of waist to fasten the lawn petticoat. Scissor shears, do your best, whispered Mary Frances, cutting into the muslin for the dolly's underwaist. She felt scissor shears spring in her fingers, and now, not a word until it is finished. What darlings, she exclaimed, finally holding up the little underwaist and flannel petticoat. Are they finished? Asked Fairy Lady, leaning forward in her rocking chair. Yes, all finished. If it hadn't been for the needle of Don't Have to Try, I'd have been a week doing them, I'm sure, said Mary Frances. I'll put them right on Mary, she added. She seemed so cold. How must it be to be beloved as well as she, sang Sewing Bird. You are, dear Sewing Bird, said Mary Frances. Oh, dear little Sewing Bird, indeed you are. End of chapter 23.
Chapter 24 of the Mary Frances Sewing Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jean Coleman. The Mary Frances Sewing Book by Jane Eyre Fryer. Chapter 24. The White Pet.
We're not through yet. There's the white pet. Let's not forget.
Oh, I know what the white pet is, Sewing Bird,
interrupted Emery Bag.
It's a white mouse. One of my uncles had a whole side eaten out of him by one of those sweet pets. I won't forget.
Oh my, oh me, let that be wrote. A mouse is not a petticoat,
sang Sewing Bird. Oh, you simple thing, exclaimed Emery Bag.
Why didn't you say petticoat then?
If I take time to make a rhyme it then must be. If words won't rhyme at any time, I cut them short, you see,
sang Sewing Bird. Then Emery Bag.
If that is true, then this will do. To Sewing Bird, any old word will make a rhyme, if shortened hime. Isn't that beautiful?
What does hime mean?
cried Sewing Bird.
I haven't made up my mind yet what it means,
said Emery Bag.
Sewing Bird, you've got an awfully swelled head since...
Nobody without a heart of steel would dare say such things to Sewing Bird. Isn't he brave?
Whispered Tommy Pincushion.
A brave's an Indian. I'm not an Indian,
retorted Emery Bag.
Ready to fight anyone,
said Tommy Pincushion.
Ready yourself,
exclaimed Emery Bag.
Here, exclaimed Scissors Shears. Here is some muslin on the table. I'll cut out the white petticoat. That's parched now, I guess.
It's not fit,
replied Emery Bag.
It's not fight, you mean,
interrupted Scissors Shears.
It's not fitted, you mean,
exclaimed Tommy Pincushion.
It's not fit, I tell you,
again exclaimed Emery Bag.
Well, red in the face, brave,
interrupted Scissors Shears.
What's not fit?
It's all in the fit,
sullenly muttered Emery Bag.
How do you know?
exclaimed Tommy Pincushion.
Did you ever have a fit?
Of course I have, whenever I have my cover on. Come what, come will, then this is it. It is not fit to fit a fit. If a fit fits you and you fit a fit, put it on as you would a mitt. Some say fight, but I say fit. If you want to make sure, come try it. And this is double trouble,
sang Emery Bag, bowing. Everybody looked puzzled.
It's plain he's in a fit,
exclaimed Scissors Shears.
Rip him up the back. If I don't get to work, there'll be no petticoat to fit on Mary Marie.
And he dived into the muslin.
Where's the pattern?
he asked, looking up.
Oh, where's the pattern, Sewing Bird?
Then Sewing Bird began.
Oh, woe, alas, oh, woe is me. Whenever they quarrel so, can't you see? Without this petty history, no pattern is for you or me. Without magic and mystery, oh, woe and more, alasses.
Magic and mystery, exclaimed Mary Frances, standing in the doorway. All the other Thimble people pretended to be asleep.
Thank you, my dear,
exclaimed Sewing Bird Fairy Lady.
When they quarrel so, I cannot change from Sewing Bird into Fairy Lady without help. But now,
she added happily,
here is
Pattern 12, Doll's Lawn Petticoat. 1. Cut a pattern of ordinary wrapping paper, making it 12 inches long and 5 1/2 inches wide. 2. Mark on one end 2 rings and an arrow. 3. To mark tuck at one end, measure up 2 1/2 inches from bottom of pattern. Mark with a dot. Do same at other end. Join these marks with a straight line. Write along this line the word tuck. 1/4 inch above this line, draw dotted line. 1/4 inch below tuck line, draw dotted line. To cut out 1. Pin arrow end of pattern on a lengthwise fold of white dimity or lawn. Cut out. 2. Marking tuck with a large pin, prick through pattern and lawn along the tucking lines, making holes about 1/2 inch apart, or mark lines with a tracing wheel against a ruler. 3. Cut band for petticoat by pattern 11. See insert 3. To make 1. Join ends of petticoat with felled seam, making seam but 3 inches long, leaving it open above that in order to make a placket. 2. In making a placket, use 1/4 inch hem on left hand side and 1/2 inch hem on right hand side. Fold broad hem over narrow. Secure at lower end with 2 rows of stitching. 3. Make the tuck. 36. Making tucks. A. Crease material back along the middle row of pinholes. B. Stitch tuck on upper side, sewing through the other rows of pinholes. Note: in making several tucks, mark in the same way and proceed in a like manner, but remember to cut the material sufficiently long to allow for the marking. 4. Make a 3/4 inch hem at the bottom of petticoat. 5. Gather top in same way as flannel petticoat. 6. Set the gathers into petticoat band, as in making the little tie around apron. See 21, setting gathers in band. 7. Make buttonholes in band. 1 in center front, cutting it across the band, and 1 in each end of band, cutting it in the direction of the length of the band. 8. Overhand half-inch lace edging to the hem. A half-yard of edging will be needed.
And I'm going to shut my eyes and go to sleep while you do it,
said Fairy Lady, leaning back in the rocking chair. She looked so beautiful, Mary Frances would have liked to kiss her, then just to sit still and look at her. But she thought, when she is so dear and kind, and when all the Thimble people went to help me so much, I ought not to loiter. I'm here, said a little tiny voice, and to be sure it was Silver Thimble. And I, it was Needlebook.
And I, Scissor Shears.
And will you all help? Asked Mary Frances. I'm so glad. And then I'll have to do only the new lesson? Only the new. And here's the needle of Don't Have to Try, said Needlebook. Why, everything's nearly done, exclaimed the little girl in a few minutes. What wonderful people the Thimble people are.
And now,
smiled Fairy Lady.
Ready for?
Pattern 13, Doll's Drawers. See Insert 4. To cut out. 1. Pin arrow edge of pattern to lengthwise fold of goods, clipping notches carefully. 2. Remove pattern and cut another leg just like this one. 3. Cut band by pattern of petticoat band. To make, 1. Make a 3/4 inch hem at the bottom of each piece. 2. Make French seams or a fell from bottom of each piece to notch. 3. Make 1/8 inch hem from notch on each side to top. 4. Gather each piece at top. 5. Pin the end of one narrow hem to double notch in top of other piece. 6. Pin the center of the then double material to the center of the band, spreading the fullness of the gathers to the hips and back only, no fullness in front. 7. Make buttonhole in right hand end of band. Sew button on other end. Note, if trimming is desired, cut 2 ruffles, each 5 inches long and 1 1/2 inch wide, and learn to make 37 whipped ruffle. 1. Hem the lower edge of ruffles and overhand lace on the hem. 2. Roll the upper edge of the muslin to the right side of goods as you have rolled paper edges. Do not fold it. Practice rolling paper if the muslin seems difficult to manage. 3. With a number 6 needle and number 40 cotton, overcast the rolled edge, taking the stitches no deeper than the roll. 4. Draw ruffle up to size needed. 5. Fell the 2 ends of each ruffle together and overhand the ruffles to the legs of the drawers, sewing into each whipping or overcasting stitch as nearly as possible. Note, fine goods whip more easily than coarse. Mary Frances looked at Fairy Lady. She's sound asleep, she thought. Won't I surprise her?
What, all finished?
Laughed Fairy Lady. Where were you, dear Fairy Lady? Asked Mary Frances.
I was here, and tapes, away, 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 away in Fairy Thimble Land.
End of Chapter 24, The White Pet. Read by Jean Coleman. Salt Lake City, Utah, April 24th, 2022.
Chapter 25 of the Mary Frances Sewing Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gini, Rosario. The Mary Frances Sewing Book by Jane Eayre Fryer. Chapter 25. Can the Dolly Talk? Say, are you a really person? Say, I say, are you real? You look so swell and so beautiful. Can you talk? Say, can you? I wonder if I can touch you, you pretty Mary Marie. Scissor Shears took a step nearer the doll. My, I wish you could talk. I'd like you to hold this muslin for me while I cut out your rompers. What? You won't talk? You just sit looking at me? Stupid. You must think I want something to do. I wouldn't be a doll, no. I wouldn't be a dolly, a dolly, a dolly. I'd rather be a Polly, a Polly, a Polly. For a dolly can't talk, and a Polly can talk, and a dolly can't walk, and a Polly can walk. I wouldn't be a dolly, a dolly, a dolly. I'd rather be a Polly, a Polly, a Polly. Pretty Paul, she can say. Pretty doll, try it. Say, please try it, Mary Marie. Try it, I say. Doll, try it. If you don't, you'll be sorry. Say, pretty doll. Say it, I say. Or I'll cut your acquaintance. Then what'll you do? You won't get your rompers, maybe. You won't get your bloomers, maybe. You won't get your pajumpers, maybe. Oh, you make me tired, you pretty, proud, sweet, lovely-looking thing. Speak, I say, speak. Say, bow, wow, wow. If you can't talk, or even say, meow. I'll give it up, I guess. My, I should think she'd be ashamed not to thank us at all for her fine clothes. Oh, she's only a baby, said Tommy Pincushion. Babies can't talk. I suppose you know, 'cause you're a crybaby, exclaimed Scissors Shears. I'm not a crybaby, exclaimed Tommy Pincushion. You are, cried Scissors Shears. I can prove it. I'm not. Am I, Sewing Bird? Am I? Asked Tommy Pincushion, the tears rolling down his fat red cheeks. If you could see yourself, you'd know you are, snapped Scissors Shears. Look out there, don't fall, cried Yardstick, seeing Scissors Shears toppling dangerously on the table edge. Oh, look out yourself, snapped Scissors Shears. You're just as likely to. I always stand firmly on my 3 feet, retorted Yardstick. It takes a whole yard to hold them, ha ha, laughed Scissors Shears. Then interrupted Sewing Bird, singing, Come, come, you're all in fun, so I get mad and make all sad, the little miss may hear. So Tommy, dry up every tear, and Thimble, sheath your little spear, and Scissors, don't you act so queer, or else your mistress may appear. Just at that moment, in stepped Mary Frances, who had heard every word. The Thimble people looked silly, but she pretended not to notice. Oh, my dear Magic and Mystery, she said, today I had another letter from my mother, and she says, perhaps you can try to learn a few stitches from the patterns I send you by mail. And you can send me the samplers you make. They will be sewing lessons by mail, and we'll pretend you are taking a correspondence course. Oh, Sewing Bird Fairy Lady, if it doesn't seem a trifle disrespectful, my mother's stitches aren't as nice as mine. Look. Mary Frances held up the sampler. I want to know what is the right thing to do, Fairy Lady. I would love to surprise my dear mother when I get home, and yet I don't want to deceive her by not telling her that I know something about sewing. What shall I do? Fairy Lady smiled thoughtfully. You might tell her you have a little friend who— Excuse me, friends, corrected Silver Thimble. Friends, repeated Fairy Lady, who taught you a little about sewing. It would make your mother happy, I should think. Yes, nodded Mary Frances, of course that's right, and I will feel much nearer to my mother then, and can tell her some day. Do you know, Sewing Bird Fairy Lady, I would, even as much as I love my dear Grandma, I would be exceedingly lonely without my Thimble people. Lottie, who lives across the street, she went on, is lots of fun. I want to teach her to sew some day. May I, Fairy Lady? Oh, to be sure, said Fairy Lady, after you have finished with us. But I don't want you to be never-nevers, said Mary Frances. Perhaps there'll be a way, suggested Fairy Lady. How delightful, exclaimed Mary Frances. Oh, I want to show you the pillow cover I bought today for Billy. "How lovely!" exclaimed Scissors Shears, Silver Thimble, Needle Book, Tommy Pin Cushion, and Emery Bag all at once. "Yes, isn't it? Let me read you his letter." Woodcraft Camp. Dear Mary Frances, glad to hear grandmother is well. Say, I wish you knew how to sew. Some of the fellows have the swellest sofa pillows on their cots. Maybe you'll learn some day. Mother wrote me about the lessons she wants to give you by mail. It's a rattling good idea. I crossed out rattling because we're not encouraged to use slang. See you in September. So long. Goodbye. Billy. So you see, Fairy Lady, it is almost absolutely necessary for me to learn to sew. On buttons, said Needlebook. Mary Frances laughed. Yes, that was a necessity, and I suppose the pillow is a luxury, but I am so pleased that I can make it. See, it has a flag to be worked in red, white, and blue. How? Began Needlebook. Why, same as I did the kittens on the doll's apron, said Mary Frances. Of course, smiled the Fairy Lady. And you don't need help with it. Isn't that fine? The sooner we finish the lesson, began Scissors Shears. Hush, said Fairy Lady, holding up her bodkin wand. Scissors Shears fell down. Excuse me, he exclaimed. Oh, yes, said Mary Frances. What is today's lesson, please? I'm wasting time. Well, smiled Fairy Lady, it doesn't matter so much now, for the King of Thimbleland sent you this package, saying to read the instructions and to ask me any questions you wish at next lesson, if you do not understand. And he will give you the greatest honor ever bestowed upon a little girl. He will lend you, even when not in lessons, the needle of Don't Have to Try, finished, Needlebook, bowing before Mary Frances. Oh, please bear to His Majesty my gratefullest gratitude, said Mary Frances, wondering if that were the right way to send a message to a king. Oh, my goodness, screamed Fairy Lady, turning almost white. There's a cat! And she immediately changed into the metal sewing bird on the edge of the table. It's only Juby, laughed Mary Frances. Aunt Maria sent her to me for fear I'd be lonely. I'll never let you come here again, Juby, she said, picking up the kitten. Then she opened the package from the King of Thimbleland, and this is what she found. Pattern 14, Doll's Rompers. See Insert 4. To cut out. Number 1. Fold goods crosswise. Lay pattern with edge having 2 rings on the fold. Number 2. Pin in place. Cut out. Number 3. With a large pin, prick through the rows of pinholes marked front, or use a tracing wheel. Number 4. Remove pattern. Spread the rompers open on a table. Cut one end of rompers off along the rows of pinholes. To cut neckband. Cut a piece of white lawn 10 inches long and 5 inches wide. Number 5. Fold lawn crosswise. Number 6. Fold lawn lengthwise. Pin. Number 7. Place pattern with both the edges having double rings on folded edges of lawn. Pin in place. Cut out. To cut belt. Cut a piece of lawn 14 inches long and 4 inches wide. Fold lengthwise and crosswise. Number 8. Pin pattern with both edges having double rings on a fold of lawn. Cut out. Number 9. Cut sleeve band with double rings on crosswise fold of lawn. To make. Number 1. Turn in both edges of the neckband 1/8 inch. Baste. Number 2. Lay rompers flat upon table and pin and sew neckband in place in the same way as in morning dress. Number 3. Fold rompers lengthwise. From the neck, cut a placket down the fold 5 inches. Be certain to cut placket in the back of the rompers. The back is longer from the neckline than the front. Number 4. Make placket as in morning dress. Fasten with buttons and buttonholes. Number 5. Join rompers under arms with French seam. Number 6. Join curved edges with French seam. Number 7. Make a 1/2-inch hem at end of each leg. Leave the hem open 1/2 inch at the top. Through this opening, run a narrow elastic. After joining ends of elastic, finish the hemming. Number 8. If desired, cut a pocket by the pattern of the pinafore pocket. See Insert 2. Sew in place on left side of rompers in position shown by dotted lines on pattern. Number 9. To make belt. Clip a tiny gash between the 2 points at each end of belt. Turn in outer edges of belt 1/4 inch. Fold belt in half lengthwise. Stitch or overhand the edges. Make buttonhole in one end. Sew button on the other end. Sew belt in place in middle of back of rompers as shown on pattern. Sew to the buttonhole side of rompers. Pattern 15. Doll's Bloomers. See Insert 3. Cut by pattern of rompers, making only as long as the line marked bloomers. Number 2. Make in same way as rompers. Number 3. Make a 1/2 inch hem in the top. Run elastic in the hem and fasten off in same way as ends of legs of rompers. Pattern 16. Doll's Leggings. See Insert 9. Note: make leggings of old kid gloves. Number 1. Cut 2 of each piece of pattern number 16. Pin 3 pieces not alike together. Number 2. Baste the 3 pieces not alike together, matching 2 single notches and 2 double notches, making top and bottom of legging even. Number 3. Stitch in a plain seam. Sew little shank buttons on one side and cut buttonholes in the other side as indicated on pattern. Do not attempt to work buttonholes in kid. Number 4. Turn strap under and tack. Sew with several stitches over and over each other. In place on wrong side of opposite piece as indicated in pattern. Note: always baste with right sides facing each other in making the leggings. Yours for happy stitches, His Nibs, King of Fairy Thimbleland. The little girl made everything the king sent. End of Chapter 25. Chapter 26 of the Mary Frances Sewing Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gini, Rosario. The Mary Frances Sewing Book by Jane Eyre Fryer. Chapter 26. A Fur-Lined Cape for Parties. I can't wait. I simply can't. Mary Frances paused at the door. It was Scissors Shears again. Pray, why can't you? Mimicked Tommy Pincushion. Ah, don't you know, today's lesson is so elegantissimus. What do we make? What do we help make? Asked Tommy Pincushion. Our livings, of course, clicked Scissors Shears. Oh, you simple, silly, old, sharp-tongued— There, that will do, said Scissors Shears. Ask Sewing Bird. What do we make, Sewing Bird, please? Asked Tommy Pincushion. I didn't hear. A pretty thing of funny shape, a dainty party fur-lined cape, sang Sewing Bird. Oh, ho, hee, hee, laughed Scissors Shears. I bet we'll have to use Juby. What for? Asked Tommy Pincushion. For the fur, said Scissors Shears. I guess not, said Mary Frances, stepping into the room. Use Juby. I'd rather Mary Marie would never have a fur-lined cape. Magic and mystery. Of course, said Fairy Lady. Oh, of course. By the way, where is that cat? She's downstairs, said Mary Frances, "hunting mice in the cellar. Grandma asked me to let her be there." "That's all right," said Fairy Lady. "I feel a little more comfortable to know she is more interested in mice than in birds at present. You see, she seems to birds very much as lions do to people." "I'll take good care that she doesn't come upstairs again, dear Fairy Lady," said Mary Frances. "But do I really need fur for today's lesson?" "Have you any fur in Mary Marie's trunk?" asked Fairy Lady. "No," said Mary Frances. "That is one thing that isn't here." "What is that?" asked Fairy Lady, peering into the trunk. "Is it very thick white outing flannel?" "Yes," said Mary Frances, holding up the soft fleecy material. "Good," laughed Fairy Lady. "Good. Now fetch a bottle of ink and a big toothpick." "What in the world?" thought the little girl. "I will show you how to make near ermine fur," said Fairy Lady, dipping the broad end of the large toothpick into the ink and making black tail-like marks on the flannelette. "Oh, how sweet!" exclaimed Mary Frances. "Isn't it pretty?" said Fairy Lady. "This is for the lining. What will the outside of the cape be?" "Here is some heavy blue silk," said Mary Frances. "Lovely!" exclaimed Fairy Lady. "You can cut out the cape, then pin it to the flannelette and cut out the lining, then unpin it and mark the lining like this, to imitate ermine. And here is another parcel from the Thimble King." Mary Frances opened the package and read aloud, "Pattern 17, Doll's Fur-Lined Cape. See Insert V. To cut out, number 1, pin pattern with the straight edge of front on a lengthwise edge of material. Cut out, carefully making all notches. Number 2, cut another piece exactly like this. Number 3, cut lining in exactly the same way. Number 4, cut collar with the 2-ring edge of pattern on a lengthwise fold of material. Number 5, cut collar lining in same way. To make, note, make the outside of the cape first. The lining is made in exactly the same way. Number 1, to make cape. Pin the 2 pieces together with the right sides facing each other. Number 2, baste the long seam, having 3 single notches. Open the cape. Number 3, baste the shoulder seams, matching the notches carefully. Number 4, try on doll. Alter cape if necessary. Stitch seams. Number 5, make the lining in the same way. Press open all seams. Number 6, turn in outside edges of cape and lining 1/4 inch except at the neck. Baste. Press. Number 7, pin lining in cape, wrong sides facing, carefully fitting seam to seam, overhand or stitch outside turned in edges. Number 8, baste collar and collar lining together. Stitch an 1/8 of an inch seam along all edges except the neck edge. Turn inside out. Baste along edges. Press. Number 9, sew the collar to the cape in same way as an apron band, first pinning the double notches in the outside of the collar to the double notches in the outside of the cape. Number 10, fasten cape with a hook and eye. "My, I do hope such finery won't make Mary Marie vain," said Fairy Lady. "No," said Mary Frances, "I think it won't. I've explained to her that she must divide with all her sisters-in-law and stepsisters her whole outfit. It seems almost like a trousseau." "That's true and so," exclaimed Scissors Shears. End of chapter 26.
Chapter 23 of the Mary Frances Sewing Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by mshegal, the Mary Frances Sewing Book. by Jane Eyre Fryer, the Flannel Pet. Don't you want to go with Grandma today? Asked her grandmother of Mary Frances. Where, Nanny? Inquired the little girl. Well, said Grandma, I'm going to take a trolley ride through the park. Where the monkeys are? Inquired Mary Frances. Yes, said Grandma. I thought you'd like to share my afternoon out. I dearly love monkeys, said Mary Frances. They crinkle up their faces so. Come then, said Grandma. Get your hat. Mary Frances ran upstairs. This is what she heard. I do hope the little lady will have it finished. What does she make today? The flannel pet? Oh, good. That's silver thimble, thought Mary Frances. Why do you say, oh, good? Asked Scissors Shears. Because, answered Silver Thimble, I know what fun she'll have. I feel closer to my little miss than any of you others can. Ha, laughed Tommy Pincushion, but not love her better. The dear things, thought Mary Frances, and I was going to run away. What can a flannel pet be? Is it a flannel cat, or a rabbit, or a dog? Mary Frances, called Grandma. Listen, Nanny, said a little girl leaning over the banister. Will you feel much disappointed, dear Nanny, if I don't go? Why no, my child, said Grandma. Mrs. Bennet is going with me, so I'll have company, but I thought you'd be lonely. Goodbye, dear. Take a nap if you feel like it. Goodbye, Nanny, dear, smiled Mary Frances, throwing the old lady a kiss. She really does spoil me, I fear, she thought. I never had my own way so exactly before. She dressed Mary in the new morning dress. I certainly wish she had some petticoats, thought the little girl, taking her into the sewing room. Oh, what fun! I see it's done. Quite in distress, without this dress. Would be, you see, our sweet Mary, sang Sewing Bird, admiring the morning dress. But the buttonholes, said Mary Frances, are pretty poor, I must say. That's because the old grunt taught you, began Scissors Shears. Oh my, exclaimed Mary Frances. I forgot, said Scissors Shears. I did really and truly, your seamstressship. Will you please forgive me? Scissors and shears, now change your ears, laughed Mary Frances, and the funny little long-eared fellow was on the table. I'm sure I'll not be able to use you today, said Mary Frances, with those ears. You tell me what to do, said Scissors Shears, wagging his ears back and forward. I like my ears. They do not help me work, but I can hear almost anything with them. I can hear what Tommy Pincushion is thinking. Goodness, exclaimed Tommy Pincushion. You must be most unhappy. Mary Frances laughed. What is today's lesson? She asked. Sewing Bird began to sing. I see you haven't guessed yet. It's just a little flannel pet. A period after pet, you'll note. It's short for flannel petticoat. Oh, dee-dee-dum-dum, dee-dee-dee. No one can guess it. That I see. Oh, magic and mystery, laughed Mary Frances. Mary will be delighted. She seems so chilly these days. I think she will soon be able to say a few words. I try to think she said Mama to me today. It is lovely to help make things for so sweet a child, smiled Fairy Lady. That is a great compliment, said Mary Frances to her mother. It isn't only her lovely face, said Fairy Lady. It's her charming manners. Oh, thank you, said Mary Frances. To a mother who tries to teach the best to her child. That is most pleasing to hear. There's even more in seeing her mother's manner than in teaching her, I think, said Fairy Lady. Mary Frances blushed with pleasure. And now, said Fairy Lady, ready for pattern 10? Doll's flannel petticoat. Suggestions for material. White woolen flannel. 1. Make a pattern of ordinary wrapping paper. Use a ruler, making the pattern 9 1/2 inches long and 5 inches wide. 2. Mark with 2 rings and an arrow, as in picture, to cut out. 1. Place end of pattern having 2 rings on a lengthwise fold of material. Pin in place. Cut out. To make A. Leave 1 1/2 inches of the seam unsewed for making of placket. Below this, join seam by 35. Felling on flannel. A fell is a seam hemmed down to prevent edges from raveling. Note: to learn to make a fell, use 2 pieces of flannel, each 6 inches long and 3 inches wide. Practice with these before attempting the fell on the petticoat. Place the pieces of flannel together, one edge extending 1/8 of an inch beyond the other. 2. Baste the narrow seam. Stitch. 3. Remove the bastings. 4. Turn to other side of goods. With a warm iron, press the seam with the wider side covering the narrower. Do not open it. In felling flannel, Do not turn the wider part of the seam in, but leave it open, and baste down flat after pressing. Can't stitch it down instead of hemming. B. Make a hemmed placket. Do not turn a flannel twice, but, after pressing, can't stitch down over the raw edges. C. To hem petticoat. 1. Turn up 1/4 inch on wrong side at bottom of skirt. Baste and press. Remove bastings. 2. Turn up again on wrong side 3/4 inch, measuring and basting carefully. Press. 3. Feather stitch in place along top of hem. Remove bastings. D. Gather to the top of petticoat. 1. Cut a notch in the middle of the front of petticoat. 2. Thread needle with number 40 cotton. Use cotton double. Gather petticoat at top, commencing at notch. Gather first in one direction, then in the other. 3. Leave knots in each end of the threads. Make threads a little shorter than the length of the flannel. Note, this petticoat is not to be sewed to a band, but is attached later to a doll's underwaist. Mary Frances had the needle of Don't Have to Try in her hand, and soon finished the petticoat. Good, exclaimed Fair Lady. Now comes pattern 11, doll's underwaist. See insert 3. To cut out. 1. Pin patterns with an arrow edge on a lengthwise fold of lawn. 2. Cut 2 underwaists just alike. 3. Clip a small notch in the exact center of the bottom of each waist. To make 1. Baste the shoulder seam of one waist together, A to A and B to B. Try on doll. Alter if necessary. 2. Stitch 1/4 inch from the edge, open and flatten the seams. Turn in edges along the back 1/4 inch, baste. Turn up bottom of waist 1/4 inch, baste. 4. Clip several small gashes along the neck. Turn in the edge of neck 1/8 inch, baste. Do the same to the armholes. 5. Do the same to the other waist. 6. Pin and baste the 2 waists together, wrong sides facing each other. Overhand, or stitch all edges together except the bottom, which is left open for the flannel petticoat. 7. To join flannel petticoat to underwaist, insert gathers of petticoat between the 2 waists. Pin notches together and baste in place. Hem down. 8. Sew 3 buttons on the left side of back of waist. 1 at the neck, 1 in the center, 1 at the bottom. Make the buttonholes on the other side of back of waist. 9. Sew 1 button at center front of waist to fasten the lawn petticoat. Scissor shears, do your best, whispered Mary Frances, cutting into the muslin for the dolly's underwaist. She felt scissor shears spring in her fingers, and now, not a word until it is finished. What darlings, she exclaimed, finally holding up the little underwaist and flannel petticoat. Are they finished? Asked Fairy Lady, leaning forward in her rocking chair. Yes, all finished. If it hadn't been for the needle of Don't Have to Try, I'd have been a week doing them, I'm sure, said Mary Frances. I'll put them right on Mary, she added. She seemed so cold. How must it be to be beloved as well as she, sang Sewing Bird. You are, dear Sewing Bird, said Mary Frances. Oh, dear little Sewing Bird, indeed you are. End of chapter 23.
Chapter 28 of the Mary Frances Sewing Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gini, Rosario. The Mary Frances Sewing Book by Jane Eyre Fryer. Chapter 28. Mary Marie has a party dress. Dearie me, Thimble people! Exclaimed Mary Frances. I'm so excited! I'm so excited! Mary Marie has been invited to a party. To a party? Exclaimed Scissors Shears. To a party? Excuse me, but don't you mean buy a party? How could you buy a party? Asked Tommy Pincushion. It's been known to be done, answered Scissors Shears. Will her mother let her go? Asked Silver Thimble anxiously. Yes, indeed, laughed Mary Frances, if she has a party dress. What a guess! Why, what a guess! Next lesson is a party dress, sang Sewing Bird, hopping on one leg on the table and fluttering her wings. Mary Marie, how sweet she'll be in finery, not spoiled she'll be by vanity or finery. Just be her own sweet self, won't you, dear? Said Mary Frances, hugging the dolly close. If you were as pretty as she, you might be spoiled by finery, sang Tommy Pincushion, pointing to Scissors Shears. By the way, how's business? Dull, Fatty, began Scissors Shears. You... Then, seeing Mary Frances's look, he added lamely, pretty is as pretty does, and beauty is only skin deep. If you lost your skin, Tommy, we'd knock all the stuffin's out of you. Hush, whispered Sewing Bird. Now let's to work. Now let's not shirk, but sew with purpose hearty. With love and fun, work is begun on the dress for Dolly's party. Oh, thank you, exclaimed Mary Frances, opening Mary Marie's trunk. What shall we use, magic and mystery? Let me see, said Fairy Lady, flying down beside the trunk. Mary Frances was too surprised to say anything when she saw the lovely gauzy wings spread out, and Fairy Lady sailing down from the table. Oh, said the little fairy in her bird-like voice, little lady seamstress, this is only a small surprise compared to the lovely ones in store for you. More yet, dear Fairy Lady? Asked Mary Frances, her eyes opening in wonder. Why, it seems to me... I must not tell you another word, said the little lady. I shouldn't have said even that. Oh, I wouldn't have dared whisper that, said Tommy Pincushion to Emery Bag. Why, the king would have shaken the stuffing out of me. This, exclaimed Fairy Lady, is just the thing to make a party dress for Mary Marie. And she held up a piece of most beautiful fabric. What is it? Asked Mary Frances. I didn't see that in the trunk. Didn't you? Asked Fairy Lady. Mary Frances held up the sparkling goods. It was very, very fine and thin, yet not veil-like. It shone like spun glass and was made of the colors of the rainbow. How exquisite! Breathed the little girl. Isn't it beautiful? Please, dear Fairy Lady, where did it come from? It came, said Fairy Lady, from your friend, the King of Fairy Thimbleland. Oh, said Mary Frances, did you, dear Fairy Lady, did you bring it? In this, nodded Fairy Lady, and she held up a little satchel that looked like Mary Frances's mother's pearl earring. Will it go in such a tiny satchel? Asked the little girl in an awed voice. Yes, smiled Fairy Lady, but the pattern takes up more room. Did you carry that too? Asked Mary Frances. Yes, in a little suitcase, said Fairy Lady. May I see the pattern? Asked Mary Frances. She wondered how Fairy Lady would get back on the table, but the little lady spread her wings again, this time showing the lovely coloring and golden tips. Flying high above the table, she came down and settled herself in the doll's rocking chair. Then she spread open. Pattern 19. Doll's Gamp for party dress. See Insert 3. Suggestions for material. Dimity or lace. To cut out, number 1. Pin pattern with edge having 2 rings on a crosswise fold of goods. Cut out. Number 2. Cut gamp sleeve band with arrow lengthwise of material. To make, number 1. Gather end of each sleeve. Number 2. Fold sleeve band through center, lengthwise. See dotted line on pattern. Number 3. Sew sleeve bands in place at ends of sleeves, in same way as band of little tie-around apron. Number 4. Join gamp under arms with French seams. Number 5. Make a 1/2-inch hem down each side of back. Number 6. Make a 1/2-inch hem in bottom of gamp. Through this hem, run a narrow tape threaded into a bodkin. Number 7. Turn the narrowest hem possible in the neck. Do not attempt to hem this with hemming stitches, but overhand it closely. Number 8. Overhand narrow lace edging in the neck and sleeves. Number 9. Make 3 buttonholes, and sew on buttons. Pattern 20. Doll's Party Dress. See Insert 10. Suggestions for material: flowered dimity or lawn. To cut out: Number 1. The skirt should be cut 5 1/2 inches long with the lengthwise of the material, 32 inches wide across the material. Number 2. To cut out the waist: fold material crosswise. Pin pattern with edge having 2 rings on the fold. Cut out. Remove pattern. Number 3. To cut neck: cut pattern along the row of pinholes marked front. Fold back along other row of pinholes. Spread waist open on table. Pin pattern in place on one end of waist. Cut neck by the turned in V-shaped outline. To make: Number 1. Join skirt and make placket as in white lawn petticoat. Number 2. Make a 3/4 inch hem at the bottom. Gather top using 2 gathering threads. Begin each thread in center top of skirt. Number 3. Fold waist lengthwise. Cut open the back from center of square neck. Make 1/2 inch hems down the backs. Number 4. Make a narrow hem around the neck opening. Number 5. Spread waist open on table. Cut a piece of baby ribbon 2 1/4 inches long. Cut another piece 1 1/2 inches long. Number 6. Fasten by sewing through a bead one end of each piece of ribbon to one side of the V-shaped neck opening in the place shown by the pinholes in the pattern. Number 7. Fasten other end in same way, making the front neck opening 1 1/4 inches wide at the top and 3/4 of an inch wide at the pointed end. Number 8. Join with French seam from notches to bottom of waist. Number 9. Hem armholes above the seams. Gather across the shoulder fold, making the gathered goods measure 1 inch across. Fasten thread. Number 10. Cut a belt of 1/2 inch wide white tape, making it 11 inches long. Gather bottom of waist. Turn in ends of tape belt 1/4 inch. Number 11. Baste gathers of waist flat to tape belt, having tape on wrong side. Baste gathers of skirt flat to other edge of tape belt. Stitch in place. Sew lace insertion or ribbon beading over the gathers on the right side. Number 12. Make buttonholes and sew on buttons. Number 13. Trim the hems around the neck opening and armholes with. Number 38. French knots. Number 1. Thread embroidery needle with embroidery cotton. Make knot. Draw needle through from wrong side. Number 2. With left hand, wrap cotton where it comes through the material 3 times around the needle, holding needle with right hand. Number 3. Holding the coiled thread firmly in place with left thumb, insert needle point downward at place where it first came through. Pull through to wrong side. Number 4. Push needle upward where next stitch is to be made. Pull through to right side. Proceed as above. "Won't it be charming?" said Mary Frances. "Oh, won't Mary Marie be the happiest doll?" "But how can you keep it a secret if she goes to a party?" asked Scissors Shears anxiously. "I don't want to be a never-never." "Oh," said Mary Frances, "the party isn't to be given until next summer. She's only invited, that's all." "Strike me pink!" exclaimed Tommy Pincushion. "I was feeling scared white." "Shows how silly it is to worry," said Emery Bag. "I beg all your pardons," said Mary Frances. "I didn't mean to take advantage. I almost forgot how long it is till next summer. I'm very sorry if I did wrong. Gives you longer to finish the dress, said Fairy Lady. There's a good deal of work on it. I'll work very hard, said Mary Frances, and I'll be more careful what I say in the future. We understand, of course we do, that your kind heart is always true. You wouldn't do a thing that you would not have others do to you, sang Sewing Bird, and perhaps the little bird smiled. This is how the dress looked when Mary Frances had finished it. End of chapter 28.
Chapter 29 of the Mary Frances Sewing Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Mary Frances Sewing Book by Jane Eyre Fryer. Mary Marie Goes Automobiling. Oh, my feathers and oh, my eye, Sewing Bird was screaming as Mary Frances came to the sewing room door for the next lesson. Why, what's the matter, Sewing Bird? Asked Mary Frances. Not for myself, but quite contrary. 'Twas for the sake of Dick Canary, sang Sewing Bird frantically. Why, what is the matter, dear little bird? Again asked Mary Frances. Sewing Bird replied, While I was sitting here in state, just what happened I'll now relate. A gentle scratching at the door, a gentle footstep on the floor. Then Juby, black as a blackberry, looked up at pretty Dick Canary, and what he said to me seemed clear. Ah, bird, your voice is very dear. Your feathers shine like purest gold, as in the sun they do unfold. Oh, sing to me, you lovely thing. Oh, sing and sing and sing and sing. Then Dick Canary hurt his throat. He sang so loud on every note. Now people love to eat of chicken. If I stole one, I'd get a lickin'. And then you'd hear an awful scream. Why don't you give that cat ice cream? A chicken and a bird to me seem much alike, do they to thee? How classic is your pretty voice. I love to hear you make that noise. Oh, sing to me, you lovely thing. Oh, sing and sing and sing and sing. Then Dick Canary hurt his throat. He sang so loud on every note. Music has charm to soothe, I believe, the wild instincts that in me breathe. How horrible your lonely fate, to be behind that golden gate. If I for you undo the bars, perhaps you'll soar beyond the stars. Where go birds' souls, I really wonder. It makes me sit and ponder. Oh, sing to me, you lovely thing. Oh, sing and sing and sing and sing. Then Dick Canary hurt his throat. He sang so loud on every note. If I undo the bars for thee, and from the cage thy sweet life free. Well, folks love chicken, this I know. Are you a chicken? Yes, I trow. Just then I heard you on the stair, dear miss, and cried out, then and there. Not for myself, but quite contrary. 'Twas for the sake of Dick Canary. I met Juby scuttling into the kitchen, laughed Mary Frances. Frightened to death, she looked. I can't understand how she got upstairs. Magic and mystery. I said to her, Juby, you'll get no sympathy from me if you've been upstairs. The strange part is, said Fairy Lady, that Dick Canary seemed to like it. Flattery sounds sweet to ear, even from those we ought to fear. My grandma says, replied Mary Frances. Oh, yes, said Fair Lady, I do believe that is so. Now, for today's plans. This time, said Mary Frances, rather shamefacedly, it is a real event. Mary Marie has been invited to take an automobile ride with Lottie's 10 children. Oh, how delightful, exclaimed Fairy Lady, and so opportune. Opportune, thought Mary Frances. Opportune, that must mean just right. Yes, nodded Fairy Lady, as though reading her thoughts. It is just right, for I have today the Pattern 21, Doll's Automobile Coat. To cut out. Number 1. Fold goods crosswise. Pin pattern with edge having 2 rings on fold. Cut out. Number 2. Remove pattern. Spread coat open on a table. Number 3. Cut pattern along the one row of pinholes marked front. See directions on Insert 7. Fold pattern backward along the other row of pinholes. Number 4. Pin pattern in place on one end of coat. Number 5. Cut neck along the V-shaped lines. Remove pattern. Number 6. Cut goods open from point of V-shaped neck to bottom of coat. This makes the front opening. Number 7. Cut 2 collars with edge of pattern having the 2 rings on lengthwise fold of material. Number 8. Cut 2 cuffs with edge of pattern having 2 rings on lengthwise fold of material. To make. Number 1. To face the front openings. Spread coat open upon a piece of the material of which it is made, right sides facing. Number 2. Baste along front opening and around the neck through the material underneath. Cut open the underneath material along the opening of the coat. Number 3. Cut underneath material off 1 1/2 inches from edge of front opening and around the neck. Number 4. Stitch facing in place 1/4 inch from edges. Remove bastings. Turn facings over to wrong side. Baste edge along enclosed seam. Number 5. Closely notch or pink the raw edges of facings. Baste facings down along notched edges. Press. Stitch or tack facings down near the notched edges. Number 6. Baste facings on ends of sleeves. On wrong side of coat. Stitch 1/4 inch from edge. Remove bastings. Number 7. Turn facings over to right side and baste along the turned edges. Turn down 1/4 inch at top and stitch down. Number 8. Join coat under arms with French seams. Number 9. Make collar as for fur-lined cape. Number 10. Matching notches carefully, baste collar on coat, and sew in place as in making fur-lined cape. Number 11. Make a 3/4 inch hem at bottom of coat. Number 12. Fasten coat with 2 large buttons and buttonholes. Pattern 22. Doll's automobile bonnet. See Insert 8. To cut. Number 1. Fold goods lengthwise. Pin pattern with edge having 2 rings on the fold. Clip the notch carefully. Number 2. In cutting bonnet band and lining, pin pattern with edge having 2 rings on a lengthwise fold of material. To make. Number 1. 1/4 inch from edge, gather circular part of bonnet from notch in center back to notch in center front. Gather other side of circle. Number 2. Baste lining to bonnet band. Stitch 1/4 inch from front edge. Number 3. Remove bastings. Open the band, join ends in a plain seam. Fold lining down inside band and baste along the circular seam. Stitch 1/4 inch from edge. Number 4. To join band to bonnet, proceed just as in attaching collar to fur-lined cape. First pin single center front notch of bonnet and of band together. Then the double notches. Then single center back notch of bonnet to seam of band. Baste and sew in place, hemming down the lining. Attach ribbon strings at the double notches. Note: trim bonnet with bunch of ribbon rosette flowers sewed on the left side. Fold back the bonnet band through the middle. See dotted line on pattern. "My dear thimble people," explained Mary Frances, after working a long while with the needle of Don't Have to Try. "Never did a child have such lovely friends, never! Look at this dear little coat." "We love all children who are patient and try to do their best," smiled Fairy Lady. "So many are forgetful or impolite and impatient." "I'm afraid I'm sometimes all of those," said Mary Frances. "But in your very down deep heart, you never think the things that smart. Your heart is really always kind. Sometimes you're wrong and sometimes blind. But those who know you well know this: to make all right, you give a kiss. Not just an ordinary kiss. It says, 'Please just forgive me this.' And that is why you are loved so much. Sewing Bird sang. Mary Frances took Mary Marie, all dressed in her new automobile clothes, out to the automobile, which had just pulled up in front of the door, and scissors, shears, and tommy pin cushion, and emery bag, and pencil, and needlebook, and all the other thimble people waved their cunning little hands. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of the Mary Frances Sewing Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Mary Frances Sewing Book by Jane Eyre Fryer. Mary Marie Goes In Bathing. Mary Frances tiptoed into the sewing room. "Shh, shh," she said. "Oh, thimble people, oh, dear me! Oh, magic and mystery! I've got the bathtub half full of water. It's the ocean. I have my sailboat on it, and Mary Marie is going in bathing when I've finished my lesson. I just dipped her feet in to see how she'd like it. I can't exactly say Grandma would approve, but Mother would let me, I think. Isn't it strange? My grandmother, my mother's mother, doesn't think exactly as her little girl, my mother, does. Now, I generally always think almost exactly what my mother thinks is right. Generally, always, almost exactly, whispered Scissors Shears to Tommy Pin Cushion. That's the way I agree with Sewing Bird. And you, Tommy Pin Cushion? Asked Emery Bag. And I, began Tommy Pin Cushion. Hush up, said Scissors Shears. You're always stuck in. You keep quiet. Nobody gets a chance to talk for you. Tommy Pin Cushion got very red in the face. It seems to me, he stammered. Yes, there you go again, exclaimed Scissors Shears. Just as I said. Always forever trying to stick your bill in, though I must say, you haven't much of a bill, I must say that. Stop quarreling, exclaimed Mary Frances. If Mary Marie goes in bathing, said Fairy Lady, here is just the thing she'll need. Pattern 23, Doll's Bathing Suit. Number 1. The bathing suit is made by the pattern of rompers and of, number 2, Doll's Lawn Petticoat. See pattern 12. Cut skirt only 5 inches long and do not make a tuck. Suggestions for material. Red or blue flannel, trimmed with white braid. Note, the skirt may be gathered or plaited. Make the opening on the rompers in front. Face the front openings with a strip of lining material 1/2 inch wide. Make eyelets in the facings and lace bathing suit together through the eyelets. This is splendid, exclaimed Mary Frances as she began to cut out the suit. Grandma is to be away several hours today. I would miss her terribly if it were not for you, dear friends. We have such fun. She and I almost as much as Father and I, or Mother and I, or Bill and I, or just as much as Lottie and I. But I want to get these lovely things made for my dear Mary Marie before Grandma comes back. Then, smiled Fairy Lady, you must learn to make 39 eyelets. For practice, use a folded and basted piece of muslin as for buttonholes. Number 1. Pierce the cloth with a stiletto or very large needle punch, breaking as few threads as possible. Number 2. Work the edges of the hole with over and overhanding stitches, close together as possible. Hold work over forefinger of left hand. Note, in making a large eye hole, mark a circle with running stitch, cut out close inside the thread. Turn back the edges and work closely with buttonhole stitch. Oh, exclaimed Mary Frances. Now, when I finish this, my Mary Marie can splash and splash, but I'll not get them done today, even with the needle of don't have to try. But you will finish them quite soon, said Fairy Lady. I feel certain. You do believe in me, dear little lady, said Mary Frances. Faith in us makes us do and be far better than we think or see, sang Sewing Bird. If she doesn't get them done soon, Mary Marie will lose her bath, whispered Tommy Pin Cushion, giggling, and he began to recite, Oh, Missy, may I go in to swim? Oh, yes, my darling Rub-Dub, hang your clothes on a towel rack limb, but don't go near the bathtub. Tommy Pin Cushion, exclaimed Mary Frances, picking him up and putting him on the windowsill. "Excuse me," spoke up the little fellow, looking out of the window, "but here comes your grandmother." "I better run and let the water out of the bathtub," said Mary Frances. "Mary Marie didn't get her bath," exclaimed Scissors Shears. "She didn't get her bath." "Well, she went in bathing anyhow," said Tommy Pincushion. "Didn't you see? Both her feet were wet." "That's how wet you'd get if you went swimming," said Scissors Shears. "She'll go in bathing when the little miss finishes her suit, maybe." End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of the Mary Frances Sewing Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Mary Frances Sewing Book by Jane Eyre Fryer. Muffs and Caps and Prettiest Traps. "This letter says," exclaimed Mary Frances, "this letter says, oh, Thimble friends, that my mother and father are coming home in 2 weeks, and Billy too. I must hurry to finish my lessons." "Oh, dear, dear!" "Why, what's the matter, Scissors Shears, and Tommy Pincushion, and Emery Bag?" "It means goodbye," sobbed Scissors Shears. "It means goodbye," sobbed Tommy Pincushion. "It means goodbye," whimpered Emery Bag. "It means au revoir, but not goodbye," sang Sewing Bird. "Oh, it do it?" said Scissors Shears, looking sharply at Sewing Bird. "Does it, Magic and Mystery?" asked Mary Frances. "It doesn't mean goodbye," answered Fairy Lady, "but I can't explain it until some time later." "My, I'm relieved," said Mary Frances. "So what is today's lesson, dear Fairy Lady?" "For Mary Marie, more lovely things the Fairy Lady to you brings. A little muff and tippet of fur, a sweet little summer cap for her, a dainty little cross-stitch bag, but I must stop for fear I'll brag," sang Fairy Lady. Then stooping, she drew these patterns from under the rocking chair cushion. Pattern 24. Dolls, Muff, and Tippet. See Insert 8. Directions for making Doll's Fur Muff and Tippet. Number 1. Cut tippet from heavy flannelette, arrow on lengthwise of goods. Number 2. Mark with ink to imitate ermine. Turn in edge 1/4 of an inch. Baste. Number 3. Cut lining of silk. Number 4. From sheet cotton, cut a lining 1/2 of an inch smaller than pattern edges. Number 5. Baste lining to this. Turn edges of lining over this and baste. Sew on hook and eye at the neck. Number 6. Baste linings to outside and slip stitch together. 40. Slip stitch is like hemming stitch, but the needle is slipped along about 1/2 an inch for each stitch. The needle is put into the material directly below where your thread is last brought out. Number 7. Cut and make muff in same way as tippet. Then join the ends of the outside in a plain seam. Open the seam and hem down the lining seam. Turn muff to right side. Run through the muff a white cord. Pattern 25. Doll's Sun Bonnet. Cut out and make in same way as automobile bonnet. Suggestions for material. Figured organdy with lawn brim, or brim of white peak. If peak is used for brim, do not make brim double, but blanket stitch the outer edge and bind the seam where attached to bonnet. To bind a seam, cut a narrow bias strip of goods. Baste it even with the seam on the wrong side. Stitch in place. Turn it over the seam. Turn in the raw edge. Baste. Hem down. This may be done with tape, which will not need edges turned in. Pattern 26. Doll's Work Bag. Use checked silk gingham. Cut same as Doll's Laundry Bag. Pattern 1. On the ends of the bag, work and cross-stitch the bunny design given on this page. Make bag in same way as Doll's Laundry Bag. In the morning before 'twas light, 2 little bunnies began to fight. They fit all day and they fit all night. That made each such a mad little bun, because both were in cross-stitch done," sang Scissors Shears. "I'll excuse you for interrupting," said Fair Lady, "but when Mary Marie gets all these things, oh, won't she be grand? Won't she be grand? There's not a lady in the land who can with her compare." Then Scissors Shear interrupted again. "Alas, alack, if on my back I wore such lovely, lovely clothes, I'd never freeze my little toes, nor wiggle up my little nose." "Oh," laughed Tommy Pincushion, "if I could wear such lovely garb, I then would feel no deadly barb of arrows aimed at my heart. That's a grand rhyme. Am I that smart?" Then Sewing Bird, "Enough of this fun for today. Away, you rascals, run away! But, Mary Frances, if you please, take the patterns and make these pretty things a lot of fun. Let me see them when they're done." End of chapter 31.
Chapter 32 of the Mary Frances Sewing Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Minnie, Maine. The Mary Frances Sewing Book by Jane Eyre Fryer. Who Stole Mary Marie's Clothes? Mary Frances stepped into the sewing room. She had Mary Marie's trunk under her arm. "Oh, did you finish the cute little muff and tippet and work bag your seamstressship?" asked Fairy Lady. "Yes, indeed. I'll show them to you," said Mary Frances, lifting the lid of the trunk. "Oh, mercy!" she cried. "Oh, dear! Oh, my! Oh, oh!" "Why, what's the matter?" asked Fairy Lady and Scissors Shears in one breath. "Why, they're gone! They're gone! They're gone! The trunk is empty! Who could have stolen them? Oh, 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 oh! They're gone!" sobbed Scissors Shears. "They're gone!" cried Emery Bag. "They've went!" said Tommy Pincushion. "What shall I do? What shall I do? What shall I do?" sobbed Mary Frances. "What was in there?" asked Fairy Lady. "Oh, that sweet little kimono and Mary Marie's bathrobe and her everything. They were all in the trunk. Last night, when I finished her tippet, I put that in. I'm sure I did. I wanted to show them all to Mother, and now I won't have them. Oh, dear. Mary Marie has her on her nightie. That's all that's left of her lovely, lovely things." "Perhaps you didn't put them in the trunk," suggested Scissors Shears. "One can't be mistaken about such things." "I feel sure," said Mary Frances. "But I'll go look in my room again." "I'm so sorry," said Fairy Lady. "I didn't think she'd mind so. We don't want to hurt her feelings." "What shall we do?" asked Scissors Shears. "We don't dare tell her until the last lesson. The King said—" As Mary Frances neared the door, she heard voices. But when she stepped in, all was still. She was crying as hard as ever. "No," she sobbed. "They're not there. They're all gone." Then, suddenly remembering how everyone had stopped talking, she began to be curious. "Why?" she said, "can it be possible that you know anything about them?" They all looked guilty and waited for Fairy Lady to answer. "Listen, little Lady Seamstress," said Fairy Lady. "You will find them all again." Mary Frances began to dry her tears. Will I, dear, dear Fairy Lady? Why, how? They're not gone forever." "No," smiled Fairy Lady, "they are not. They are yours, and we will help you find them. We don't quite know where they are now, but if Mary Marie has lost her clothes and can't tell where to find them, let them alone and they'll come home with all their buttons behind them." "Oh, thank you, my dear friends. When will that be?" cried Mary Frances, brightening up. "Not until tomorrow. Come early if you can. We think we will get word from the Thimble King tomorrow." but we must wait. Is it a secret? Oh, I'm so relieved, said Mary Frances. And Mary Marie will be all right in this warm weather and only her nightie. But I can borrow one of Angie's dresses. I forgot. I'll go put it on her. End of chapter 32.
Chapter 33 of the Mary Frances Sewing Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Laurel, Monroe. The Mary Frances Sewing Book by Jane Eayre Fryer. Mary Frances visits Thimble Land. Today I am to know all about where your dresses went, my dear Mary Marie, and I'm so excited I can hardly wait, said Mary Frances, hugging the dolly close to her as she went into the sewing room. Sewing Bird did not look up at her, nor seem to notice what she said. I wonder why Sewing Bird doesn't glance at me, she thought. Dear little bird, she may be tired. I'm tired too, really. She yawned and leaned back in her chair, holding her arms closely about Mary Marie. I believe I'll just shut my eyes and wait for Sewing Bird to come to. Everything was quiet for a while, then suddenly a voice, the voice of Sewing Bird. She's just in time, a minute more. She never could get in the door. Mary Frances looked at Sewing Bird. How do you do, Sewing Bird dear, she said. Come, said Sewing Bird. We must hurry, come. We're here, laughed Mary Frances. Why hurry or why come? Don't spend time talking, exclaimed Sewing Bird rather impatiently. Mary Frances remembered it was the first time she had ever spoken other than most gently to her. If you do, you may think we're there now. Why, she must be crazy, thought Mary Frances. What a way to talk. No, she said aloud, I think we're here now. But when we're there, Don't you want to go? Asked Sewing Bird. Of course, said Mary Frances, although she'd no notion where. Well, that's good, said the little bird. Good, said Scissor Shears. Let us be off, said Sewing Bird. Off, said Scissor Shears. Sounds as though we were off, said Mary Frances. Not yet, said Sewing Bird. Here. And she jumped up and pecked Mary Frances between her shoulders. The little girl had the strangest sensation. She suddenly felt as light as air, as though her body weighed nothing. Her nose felt strange, and she thought she ought to find her handkerchief. It was in my pocket, I am sure, she said, and started to find her pocket. Imagine her surprise when she couldn't find her hand. Why, where can it be, she thought. I'll see if I can move my arm. She raised one arm, and then the other, and away she flew. Out the window, and across the blue sky, she nearly as blue as the sky itself, if she had known it. How lovely, she tried to say aloud, but what she heard herself singing was, to float away, far, far away, in clouds of blue, and every hue, I flit my wing and sing and sing. Then came another voice. I'm so glad, dear little friend, my trouble now is at an end. 'Twas indeed my task of love to turn you to a burnished dove. She looked around, and there was Sewing Bird flying beside her, and another tiny little blue bird keeping close to Sewing Bird. What a dear little bird of blue! Is she, dear friend, a friend of you? She asked. A friend she is, indeed, of me. But more of you, it's Miss Marie, answered Sewing Bird. My dear sweet Dolly, I declare, she makes a beauteous bird, and rare, sang Mary Frances. Now turn again, to the right wing, to Thimble Land we safely bring, sang Sewing Bird, and Mary Frances the dove, and Mary Marie the blue bird, and Sewing Bird, fairy lady, stood before a golden gate. You'll have to become a thimble person to enter, smiled Fairy Lady, and she touched Mary Frances' right wing with her bodkin wand, and Mary Frances felt herself stiffen and stiffen. What am I now, please? She asked Fairy Lady. You're a work basket, said Fairy Lady. How curious it feels, said Mary Frances. And Mary Marie, what is she? She asked. She's beeswax, whispered Fairy Lady. Who's there? Came a voice at the gate. And before Mary Frances could look for Mary Marie, the password? Came the same voice. P.P.B.S., answered Fairy Lady. What's that mean, please? Asked Mary Frances. Patience and perseverance bring success, answered Fairy Lady. Enter, said Big Thimble, opening the gates, and Mary Frances and Mary Marie and Fairy Lady walked in. Everybody was there. Scissors, shears, silver thimble, pencil, needlebook, and all the others. My, they were delighted to see them and gathered about, asking all kinds of questions. How does it seem to be a basket? Asked Scissor Shears. I feel just a little wooden, said Mary Frances, and rather too large around for my arms, but very contented. Oh, beeswax, laughed Tommy Pincushion, talking to Mary Marie. You always had a waxen look to me. It is lovely to be able to speak, said Beeswax, otherwise Mary Marie. I would like to thank Mamma and you all. Here comes His Majesty, exclaimed Scissor Shears. Everybody bowed toward the ground except Fairy Lady and Mary Frances Workbasket and Mary Marie Beeswax. Mary Frances looked up. Coming between two huckleberry bushes, trees, Mary Frances thought them, was an airship made of golden basketry. Gracefully down it floated with a little z-z sound, and in it sat, Mary Frances knew him in a minute, the king of fairy Thimbleland. His coat was of green and gold, but it was so glossy and fine that Mary Frances thought it was spun of cobwebs. He held a long golden needle in his hand. Where are they? He asked. Your Majesty, said Fairy Lady, here they are. Oh, said the King of Thimbleland to Mary Frances Workbasket and Mary Marie Beeswax. Step up and bow. Mary Frances tried to kneel, thinking this was proper, but the king touched her with his wand. Then he touched Beeswax. Mary Frances was herself again, but a very tiny self, not so large as Sewing Bird Fairy Lady, and beside her was a little girl with golden curls just half as tall as Fairy Lady. Mother, said the tiny little thing, smiling to Mary Frances. Attention, roared the King of Thimbleland. I beg your Majesty's pardon, said Mary Frances, but she's never spoken to me before, and... That will do, said the king. If a doll is more important than I, sew her up. In what, your Majesty? Asked Bodkin. Oh, no, exclaimed Mary Frances. I didn't mean it that way. You better not, said the king. But I understand, he added, seeing Mary Frances look sad. You must know I understand how you feel. When you see all her lost dresses on this tree, and he pointed to a little tree nearby. There were all Mary Marie's pretty lost clothes. You may take them with you, said the king, smiling. Never in all the years of Thimble history, he went on, have we been so interested in any little girl. I borrowed these to show some other little girls what patience and perseverance will do. Now I am going to bestow on you one of my loveliest gifts, for I saw all your beautiful work, and the grand sampler. A prize indeed you shall have. From today, the needle of Don't Have to Try is yours to keep. We give one something like it to all good girls who tried to do their best. But yours is the fairy needle of Don't Have to Try. And one more surprise. You may tell your mother about us and explain about the dolly's clothes. Please pack them all, attendants. Here's the suitcase, said Fairy Lady, handing out Mary Marie's little suitcase. And over there is the trunk. Put the caps in the tray, remember. You have saved us from being never-nevers, continued the king, because you kept the secret until you finished the lessons. And now that you are going, here is a bag of useful gifts for you to open when you reach home. Pack the bag in the suitcase, attendants. We'd love to keep you longer, you and sweet Mary Marie, but your grandma has called you twice. You may show her all the pretty things you've made when you get home. Let us know when you want us again. Unless you wish, and the king laughed, to say forever goodbye. Who'll say goodbye forever, he asked. Oh, your majesty, not I, said Mary Frances. Not I, answered every one of the Thimble people. Mary Frances opened her eyes. Did Sewing Bird or Dick Canary sing? Not I. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of the Mary Frances Sewing Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Laurel, Monroe. The Mary Frances Sewing Book by Jane Eayre Fryer. What was in the fairy bag? These are the things Mary Frances found in the bag in Mary Marie's suitcase when she got home. Pattern 27, Doll's Raincoat. See Insert 5. Note, make raincoat about an inch longer than cape. To cut out, 1. Cut out by pattern of fur-lined cape. In the fronts, cut open the arm flap opening. Do not cut a collar. 2. Cut hood having arrow edge of pattern on lengthwise fold of goods. 3. Cut 4 arm flaps. To make, 1. Make in same way as fur-lined cape, but without a lining. Press seams open. 2. Before joining shoulder seams, face fronts back as in making automobile coat. 3. Pin 2 arm flaps together, right sides facing. Stitch 1/8 inch from all edges except the arrow edge. Turn inside out. Baste along the stitched edges. Stitch along the basted edges. 4. Sew to flap opening in position shown by dotted lines on pattern. As in putting on a band, stitch first through a single thickness of open edge of flap. Turn. Baste and hem down other edge. 5. Overhand closely and blanket stitch the under edge of flap opening. 6. Make a very narrow hem around the circular edge of hood or line with plaid silk. 7. 3/4 inch from edge of hood, see dotted line on pattern, run a gathering thread of very coarse cotton. Do not draw up the gathers. 8. Make a 3/4 inch hem in bottom of coat. 9. Matching double notches carefully, pin the hood to the coat with wrong sides facing each other. Join hood to coat with French seam. 10. Try coat on doll. Draw up and fasten the gathers of hood to fit head. Pattern 28, Doll's Polo Cap. See Insert 8. To cut. Material, white corduroy. 1. Cut 4 pieces like pattern of polo cap. 2. Cut a bias strip of goods 2 1/2 inches wide, 12 1/2 inches long. To make. 1. Beginning at the point, base sections of cap together, right sides facing each other. Match the notches. Stitch each seam. Join ends of bias strip or band in a plain seam. 3. Turn in one end of band 1/4 inch. 4. Turn cap wrong side out. Baste other edge of band to the edge of cap, having the right sides of band and cap facing. In doing this work, stretch edge of bias band a little. 5. Stitch 1/4 inch from edge. 6. Turn band or facing up on wrong side. Baste and hem in place. See dotted line on pattern. 7. Turn cap right side out. Turn up faced edge of cap on outside, nearly the full width. Pattern 29, Doll's Wedding Dress. Note: cut and make a gimp of lace. Pattern 19. Do not use bands for sleeves, but cut sleeves narrower than pattern and place the scalloped edge of lace at ends of sleeves. To cut wedding dress, see Insert X. 1. Spread goods out on table. 2. Pin pattern for front of wedding dress with arrow on lengthwise of goods. 3. Pin pattern for back of wedding dress on goods. Place the shoulders of both patterns together. Cut out. See picture. 4. Prick with a pin through lines showing the place or use a tracing wheel. Remove pattern and run basting thread through these pinholes. Cut a separate train for lining of the train of wedding dress. Cut it like the pattern of the train. To make: 1. Baste lining train section to train of dress, right sides facing. Stitch 1/4 inch from edge. Turn and baste along edges. 2. To make plays: fold goods backward along the lines of basting nearest the center front and center back. Baste. Bring folded edge over to other line of basting. 3. Lay flat and baste all the way to bottom of dress and train. Press with a warm iron. 4. Stitch plays down 4 inches from the waistline in front and 3 inches in back. 5. Finish neck with a very narrow hem. Work French knots around the hem. 6. Make a narrow hem from waistline in front, across the shoulders to waistline in back. 7. Join skirt with French seams. 8. Face the skirt under arms with an inch-wide bias facing. 9. Open plays at bottom of dress. 10. Cut a bias facing 1 1/4 inches wide for bottom of dress. Base facing on right side. Stitch 1/4 inch from edge. Turn up on wrong side. Baste, turn in, and hem the facing on wrong side. 11. Turn in and hem the facing of train. Pattern 30, Ladies' Work Bag. Cut bag 10 inches wide and 28 inches long. Make like laundry bag. Do not overhand seams, but make French seams, or use a large flowered handkerchief. 1. Fold handkerchief through the center, wrong side out. 2. Stitch through the center of the folded handkerchief. 3. Fold over on the stitching. 4. Stitch or overhand the 2 folded edges which are lying together. 5. On one side of handkerchief, turn down 1 thickness of goods, like an envelope flap. Do the same to the other side. Tack the center of the upper part of the folded edge of the flap to the single thickness lying just beneath. Do same to other side. 6. Make a small box play or double play in each single thickness of handkerchief at top. 7. Sew the plays together and fasten a loop between the plays. Finish bag with 2 little cotton balls sewed to the lowest point. This makes a many-pocketed bag and would be a pleasing Christmas gift to your mother. Pattern 31, Ladies' Belt. 1. Buy belting which is sold by the running yard. 2. Embroider the design given on this page upon the belt. Trace design through carbon paper or transfer by tracing through tissue page and turning the picture face down on the material. Trace picture again on wrong side. Pattern 32, Baby's Bib. 1. Buy smallest size huck-a-back towel. 2. Embroider on it the cross-stitch design given on this page. 3. Through tracing paper, copy outline of neck given on this page. Cut out pattern. 4. Fold towel through center lengthwise. Cut neck by pattern. 5. Bind neck with cotton or linen tape, leaving ends long enough to tie. Pattern 33. Girl's collar. 1. Trace pattern of collar through tissue or transfer paper. Cut out. 2. Place pattern with double ring edge on a lengthwise fold of linen. 3. Trace design on collar. 4. Embroider scallops with close blanket stitches. 5. Embroider rings with close over and under stitches, satin stitch. 41. French hemming on damask. For folding table linen or damask, fold and crease a very narrow hem, then fold the hem back on the right side and overhand the edge thus folded. Press open on right side. Note, or run through the hemmer of the sewing machine, having the needle unthreaded, using a very fine stitch. Proceed as above. 42. Darning stockings. 1. In learning to darn, it is well to use a piece of flexible cardboard 3 1/2 inches long by 3 inches wide. 2. With a large needle, puncture it 3/4 of an inch from the top and 3/4 of an inch from the bottom, making holes 1/8 of an inch apart. 3. Use zephyr in a tapestry needle and work as in picture on this page. 4. Weave with a contrasting shade of zephyr in and out of the long stitches already taken. Cut a hole in a piece of muslin, draw edge together with the fingers, and darn with cotton thread as above. Stockings are darned in the same way. In actual darning, never use a knot. 43. Darning woolen goods. Darning is usually done by use of the running stitch. Use fine thread. Cotton is preferred, about the size of the weaving threads of the goods. Draw the edges of the tear together and weave across the opening with the running stitch. If the tear is very large, first baste a piece of goods like the garment under the tear and take the stitches into this. Sometimes a raveling thread of the material is used to make an almost invisible darn. 44. Patching on gingham. 1. Cut the hole to make a small square, clip corners, turn edges back, and baste. 2. Cut pieces of goods 3/4 of an inch larger on each side than the hole thus formed, being careful to match figures of material. Clip corners off this piece and turn goods back on right side 1/4 of an inch and crease. 3. Pin and baste this under the hole, matching figures carefully and hem down. On right side and wrong side, remove bastings. Note, or a piece of goods may be cut 1/4 of an inch larger than the hole on each side and edges turned back 1/4 of an inch. Overhand each edge of the patch to each edge of the hole. 45. Patching on flannel. This is done in the same way as the hemmed patch on gingham, except that the edges are not turned in, but are catch-stitched down on both right and wrong side as shown in picture. 46. Spider's web. An ornamental lace stitch. Use a piece of muslin 3 inches by 6 inches for practice. 1. Fold it and baste edges. Thread a large needle with the red cotton as used in former lessons. Draw or trace a figure like drawing shown on page 273. 2. From underside of muslin, enter needle at A, pull through. Point downward at B, upward at C, downward at D, upward at E, downward at F. 3. On wrong side, bring needle to the center G at the crossing of the long stitches and pull through to right side. 4. Holding muslin in left hand, point the threaded eye of the needle toward you. Under the thread GE, pull through. Under GD and GA, under GF, and continue until web is formed. Fasten in usual manner. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of the Mary Frances Sewing Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Laurel Monroe. The Mary Frances Sewing Book by Jane Eayre Fryer. Mary Frances at home. Mary Frances came into her mother's room on the evening of the day they all reached home. "Oh, Mother, I have the loveliest surprise for you. Please shut your eyes and don't peep. It will take me some time to get it ready." "Yes, dear," smiled her mother, "but I'm very anxious to see." Mary Frances unlocked Mary Marie's trunk and spread all the contents out on the bed. "I'll be back in 1 minute. Don't you peep, Mother dear," she begged as she ran out of the room. She brought back Mary Marie dressed in her party dress and summer hat and sat her up on the pillow. "Now," she cried, kissing her mother, "now you may look, Mother dear." "Why, what in the world, my dear little girl? Where did all these lovely clothes come from?" "I made them, Mother. I and the Thimble people." "You made them!" exclaimed her mother. "Not that lovely kimono and bathrobe, and those cunning little bonnets, and that lovely automobile coat." "Every one!" cried Mary Frances, dancing up and down. "Why, dear," said her mother, "I cannot believe my eyes. I thought you did very, very well in the few sewing lessons by mail, but I never dreamed." "If the Thimble people hadn't helped me, Mother, I never could have made them. And if you hadn't sent me the beautiful goods and my dear lovely Dolly, I couldn't have done it. It had to be a secret until I finished the lessons. I couldn't tell Grandma, and I was crazy to tell you." "Who are the Thimble people?" asked her mother. Then Mary Frances told all about her new friends. When she finished, she showed the bundle of patterns last given her by the Thimble King. "We'll make these together, Mother dear, if you say so." "I certainly do say so, dear," said her mother. "I would like to take some lessons myself, such delightful lessons. Will you teach me?" "I'll do my best, and I just believe the Thimble people will help," said Mary Frances wisely, and she thought she surely saw Scissor Shears wink at her. End of chapter 35. End of the Mary Frances Sewing Book by Jane Eayre Fryer.